them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Josh.
And Josh.
What?
Hello.
Josh Hodson.
Johnson.
Figured I'm always in the chat. People are always asking me, why don't you produce the afternoon crossover?
Oh, is that what they're saying?
Because I got stuff to do.
Yeah?
He has stuff to do.
Josh,
he's a busy man.
He's busy.
I want you to describe your feelings on the current Nebraska basketball team because I'm in the studio to hear it.
They're good.
Do you believe him when he says that? Say it again for John.
Yeah, John.
Nebraska ball is good.
How are they in their last 12 hours?
Wow. Well, 12 hours
It's
ago,
fine.
it was 1:54 a.m. They were probably sleepy.
Teams can lose.
Okay.
It happens.
Uh-huh. Wow.
All right.
I don't believe a word this man said.
Josh somehow
He goes home to his wife. I love you.
he upended the entire show by making words fake. It's like
There was a stretch in the middle where
I really don't believe you anything you're saying.
nobody believed anything anyone was saying.
That's terrible.
Uh-huh.
Terrible.
But trust me, they're good.
They're good.
Teams blow leads. It happens.
Yep, it does.
It
How
does happen.
much ref talk was there on the Happer show today?
I wanted to talk about it more than Josh did.
I put the kibosh on that pretty
Yeah.
quick.
Wow.
Look, you can't be an adult, lose by 10 in overtime, and blame the refs.
Should have brought Jack Mitchell on.
I wasn't blaming the refs. I was commenting on their competence,
Or
of
in.
which they were in.
Was there in?
Yes.
The
Yes.
competence was in.
The competence
yesterday.
was in.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all. Wasn't the reason they lost. Just some incompetence.
And then
Mm.
as
I don't think enough was made of the fact that atmosphere at Carver Hawkeye was just too much for the road team to handle.
I know, Mick Cronin, he's got takes about it probably.
Oh, Mick Cronin's got takes.
Jeremiah
Just
says
not
Happer,
about that today.
Happer was all over the refs, man. He was dropping names like they were relatives.
No, that was the thing. That was the notable part about it.
You
I
didn't
had
know who they
never
were.
I'd never heard of those refs before.
We should have called Joey.
I mean, John, you might even be able to look at the names. You would know the refs better than I do. I've never seen those guys' names before. I've never seen those guys.
I need to look. Hang on.
Yeah,
I was right in the middle of something here.
Sorry.
Hang on.
Unreal, John.
Sorry to bother you.
I was in the middle of I was trying to get something
Grum down.
on the deal.
Grum down.
Brought to you by the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Who we love.
I have to go to thehuskers.com to get the box score.
Because they're refs.
Well, yeah.
We also love J-Tech. We are big fans of J-Tech.
You're J-Tech pilled.
Oh, hell yeah, I am.
I love J-Tech so
yeah,
much.
I always have, and I love them even more right now.
The opposing starting lineups at Nebraska are brought to you by J-Tech Construction.
Are they really?
Yes,
That's
I
sweet.
believe.
That's awesome.
That seems like the last thing you'd want to
Yeah,
sponsor.
you chose to sponsor the opposing
Or maybe
team?
it's just all of the lineups,
It's
but
the
I
one
read
where
the
all the-
visitors first.
It's the ones
so-
where the students are supposed to turn their
Connor
backs.
Happer.
They-
Man,
do the-
so
do the-
cool. You're
Do
a
the
PA
kids
guy.
still throw up newspaper?
They don't really have a student section at the women's games, sadly.
What?
I know.
Get out there, students.
There's an area for the students to sit, but it's
Is it
different.
tiny?
It's not set up like the men's games.
You'd think the young kids would support women. That's what young kids are always
I
talking
know,
That's what
Gen
Nick
Z-
is always telling us
Gen
about
Z's
this.
so woke.
They're posers.
I don't think they are anymore.
I think they're posers.
You might be right, Josh.
I don't think they are.
Gen Z actually might be more right wing than anyone.
I think so.
Yeah.
They make a certain generation from a certain country in a certain decade. About 80 years ago.
What do they make them look like, Josh?
Well, still bad, but not as. Maybe they're closer to them. None of them are listening to the radio right now. They're probably watching TikTok. Are you still on TikTok?
Oh, I scroll. Oh, yeah, I'm scrolling in there.
Unreal.
What are you going to do when
What
it
are
gets
you
banned?
doing in a TikTok?
It's going to get banned?
Oh, yeah.
I don't watch the news. What's going on? I don't watch the news.
This could be a good segment.
Apparently.
Odson tells Happer about news items.
Well, I know about
Isn't that
fire.
what odd news is?
That's a big one.
That's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
bad.
Yeah, so
know about China.
Well, what about China? What about China?
So I mean, that's a China does.
I did know that, but I didn't have to watch the news to figure that out.
That's a part of the TikTok.
Say it
stuff.
like drunk uncle.
That's a part of the TikTok stuff. China.
China.
They're watching you or something.
Yeah, so
I knew that. Yeah, I
the
was willing to accept those terms upon.
It's
getting
in the
TikTok.
terms of agreement.
China is watching you. Check.
So
Sounds great.
what's funny about this whole TikTok thing, and this is just from what I've
Everyone's
heard.
listening. Hello, Bezos.
This is just from what I've heard, so I don't know if it's true. But I guess the TikTok in America is also moderated. Like all that information goes to a data center in the U.S., and this just basically makes it so the data just goes straight to China now.
Nice.
There's
That's
no
cool.
betting. It's just
I don't care.
My wife just texted me and said,
Mainline.
"You are such an old." I embrace this life. I embrace it
What are you old about now?
because I'm not on TikTok.
Making fun of me for TikTok?
I get bullied by her and my youngest brother and my youngest brother's wife, my sister-in-law.
Because you're not on
They're
TikTok?
like, "Why aren't you on TikTok?"
Really?
Well, what is John pretty old?
What is there that you can't
Content,
get
John.
anywhere else?
brain rot. It's brain rot.
Yeah, but content that is only on TikTok. But I've always say
Oh,
this.
cool.
I hate how people talk on there. Hey, I'm on TikTok.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah,
So like
I'm a broadcaster. I
the
don't want to listen to
thing-
that crap.
the thing that I get from it, like I'm not
Movies.
on TikTok to get stuff from it, but I do like an idea will pop into my head after I see something, and I might use that on the show, or I might use that for something to talk about with somebody in my life.
See,
I
for
just prefer
me-
the For You tab.
That's podcasts. I listen to podcasts, and
There
I'm
you
like,
go.
that's a topic idea.
Mine's just a dumber, shorter version of podcasts.
Chance says Josh would be on Run Talk. Sometimes my brother will send me stuff from the runner's TikTok, and I'm always like, I can't watch this. I don't have TikTok. So then he has to do a screen capture of it and then send it to me.
Wow, he does that?
Because they changed the thing recently.
You used to be able to not have the app.
Yeah,
and
but
now
watch
you
it,
have
man.
to have.
So
TikTok.
I don't ever get videos from
Screw
TikTok
those
anymore.
people.
Yeah.
By the way, the officials
Yeah.
you were wondering about.
Do you know him?
No, I don't recognize any of their names. Jason Phillips, Michael Reed, and it's either Tim Comer or Tim Comer.
Well, let's just say
C-O-M-E-R.
Comer. Yeah.
Probably Comer.
I have never heard of those people.
I don't recognize any of those names, so I'm not saying they haven't officiated a game I've called, but I don't recognize the names.
Think they're on TikTok?
Tim Comer, check him out.
Yeah, they're on the double dribble TikTok.
I should ask the officials
Clearly not.
at tonight's game. I should say, are you on TikTok?
Oh,
What
I
do you
bet I
think?
would know the officials for your game tonight.
You think so?
Yes.
I'll send you their names when I get to the
Please
arena.
do.
All right, perfect.
Actually, I don't know many of the women's basketball officials' names. I just know their faces
Can you tell
and
me if
how
they're
good
or
of
bad?
refs there are.
All right, so I'll have to
Yes.
send you pictures of the officials.
Uh-oh.
That seems a little sketchy.
They put them on the benches.
Mhm.
Just snag a picture of that.
Okay.
They put like a little printout of like
Oh, do that.
ref A, here's his face.
Okay, yeah,
Ref B,
yeah.
here's her face.
Because sometimes it's like you get the list of names, and it's like if it's 3 men or 3 women, or
You don't know which one's which.
It's like, I don't want to guess here. You know, that was Bob who called a blocking foul.
Mhm.
I don't know.
I think it's safe to say that Bob might not be.
Bob would call a charge.
You think so?
Yeah.
Go the other
Bob's
way.
a Charger.
Yeah, classic
Bob is the charge guy.
Oh, we're back to 2018 now.
Why do they keep playing All-Star games? There's so many games.
It must
I
be
know.
All-Star Week. Maybe
Is
this maybe this is the exact inverse of All-Star Week. We're Oppo All-Star Week. Maybe that's
Actually, you might be right.
that's the bit.
We are pretty close.
It's
Yeah.
Oppo All-Star Week.
Yeah, I like those hats.
We're exactly 6 months away
We're
from
6
the
months
All-Star game.
away. I'll
That's
bet
a-
you that's what it is.
Shout out to Happer. Maybe in March they see, and that's the thing. In March and April they can't do Oppo World Series month because there's actual baseball happening in April, so you can't even do it. And in
Yeah.
March you can't do it because there's spring training going on. Gosh,
Oh,
we're so
those were
close.
the days when they were allowed to wear their real
Ah,
uniforms.
they're so good.
Those days are back, John.
Yeah,
They are.
Are they really?
Yeah,
Yes,
they're
they
doing that
will be
again.
back.
And
Oh,
the
that's fun.
giant names on the back of the jerseys are back too.
Fanatics is done
That's
with.
right.
Yeah.
Baseball's back.
That was a huge topic alert a year ago.
It
I remember
was.
spring training, all the pants that got
You could
ripped
see that
and
guy's
opened.
wiener.
You could.
Yeah,
Mhm.
remember that? Remember that?
Was
Show-
that last
Shohei's
year or 2
dong.
years ago?
Mhm.
It wasn't
It was-
Shohei's dong.
was
was
it
a
last year?
picture.
This year,
That was
yeah,
last
this
year.
past year,
Okay,
yeah.
this past season. Okay.
Mhm.
Yep.
Time flies so damn fast. I'm like, was
It
it
does.
last year? Was it 2 years
Normal
ago?
All-Star
'Cause every-
All-Star uniforms are back.
Every time I think, oh, that
Normal
was
uniforms
last year.
are back.
No, that was 5 years ago. What?
I know.
5 years ago, John was 20.
2018 was always last year to me.
Not anymore.
Oh, I know.
For me, that
20 years
it
ago.
was always the 80s was 10 years ago, and now that hasn't been the case for 25
For me,
years.
the 80s has always been 20 years ago, and then the 90s was always 10 years ago in my head.
Now the 80s
Yeah.
are 40 years ago,
It's a
Dear
weird thing to
God.
think about.
and 10 years ago is 2015.
Yes.
That is stupid.
I hate that.
That is the dumbest crap I've ever heard.
I hate knowing that 20 years ago was 2005. I hate that.
Bad times.
I graduated from high school 15 years ago.
Wow, old.
15.
How did the
18.
first half of this decade go by so quick? Is it mostly COVID? Is COVID the reason it felt like the first half of this decade went so quick?
Probably.
Well,
that had an
but
effect.
that year
yeah.
felt like it went fast and slow at the same time.
Mm.
Every day was like, this is crawling. And then it was like December. It was a weird year.
It was a weird year.
Would never want to relive. Zero
COVID's
stars.
over.
Yeah, COVID's over.
Remember when they were talking about like, hey, here's when this is going to end. Here's like a roadmap to
Mhm.
not having COVID anymore.
Mhm.
And it was like, we might not get over this by like 2022.
Yep.
And I was like, oh my God.
And look at us now.
And that
It's
was 3 years ago.
2025.
Yep.
Look at us.
We
hanging out.
persevere.
There's no shower curtain.
I
There's
know.
no glass.
I just saw a picture. The other day of my first day here, and there was still a glass screen right there.
Now, to be fair, that was not because we worked at a very protective company. It was because we were lazy and we just had not taken it down.
Yeah,
That was not like,
I thought part of it was also us waiting for the go-ahead to be able to take it down. Because
Well, we
We never
said
got
anything.
that, and I took it down.
yeah. We did it during a
Gorbachev.
crossover.
We did it during a crossover.
Yeah.
We took it
We
down.
did.
Mhm.
We just tore down that wall.
That
Yep.
happened.
That was a great day.
It felt great.
That was a
And then
great
it
day
stayed
for
in
all
the
of
corner
us.
for a year until garbage day 1.
That's right. It was in the corner.
Garbage day
This is-
one.
Dumpster day.
I've been scrolling through my pictures recently, and every now and then I'll stumble upon videos of the show, things happening. I sent you the thing with Joey from last year. About
Oh,
his-
the sweaters.
his I finally found that.
The
He
walking
is
flannel.
so funny. But every time I find an old video, the wall,
The
it's
wall.
such a different studio back then.
It was warmer back then.
It does look warmer. It looks
Mhm.
more
Now it's
inviting.
sort of cold and heartless.
Yeah, it's just different.
Corporate.
Yeah, very corporate.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
There was ideas. Nick, director of
There
video.
were ideas, and then those ideas never got brought up again.
Seth,
I gave ideas, and then they're like, okay.
Love ideas.
we do love ideas.
Love ideas.
We need Mike Schaefer to come in here and look at this wall and give us an idea.
That's what I get for sharing ideas. I
Mike
guess.
Schaefer has ideas.
He's the idea
He's
man.
an idea.
That is the idea guy.
Mhm.
For sure.
Hmm.
We used to have an idea board. Schaefer had access to the idea board.
Idea? What is this?
Ideas. Yeah,
What is this? New York?
exactly. And Schaefer would basically just commandeer the board. He would just start writing things on there. And that's what they tell you, right? No idea is a bad idea. He would just write things on there, like half baked ideas. We didn't care. We loved them. Happer drives a truck. Perfect.
What an idea.
And guess what? That was an idea that actually came to fruition.
You got a truck?
Well, I drove we did a bit where I went and test drove a car every week with a local car dealership, all because of me saying one day that I wanted to drive a dump truck.
That's awesome.
It was
Good.
They
It
sell
was
dump
incredible.
trucks at auto dealerships?
I want to sit inside of a Maserati. Let's see what we can
Idea.
do. I've never seen a Maserati. I don't know what they look like.
There used to be one that-
Maserati Mar.
I know about that guy.
there used to be a Maserati that would park in our parking spot because I think there were a doctor next door.
Wow.
Yeah, I used to park my car next to the Maserati just to keep them humble. So when they came outside and
I
put
don't
back
think they
in-
were not humbled.
I don't
They were
think
probably
I don't
like,
think they felt anything.
I'm sure they didn't, but it made me feel like
poor. That's probably what they thought.
Pontiac?
I'm gonna park this 2003 Grand Am next to your Maserati.
Maserati.
You showed him, Nick.
I sure
Yeah.
did, or her.
Or her.
Is a Maserati a car that you would want in this climate?
I don't think so.
No.
Seems impractical.
No, you
Yeah.
don't want to be driving.
I wouldn't want to
high-performance
portion this
cars in
climate
really
either.
cold
That was a
weather.
There's still
summer.
a
It
billion
had to
of
be
them.
summer when you saw this
Yeah.
vehicle, right? Okay, I was gonna.
I
say.
mean, nowadays you probably could, but it's not usually advised, especially with the salt and stuff that we put on the roads. And yeah, you don't want to do that. My friend who has owned Corvettes for a long time, he puts his away in the winter.
Yep. Cover it up. Put it away. Don't want to see
Clarence says, I have a Lamborghini. I would take you for a ride in it if you would like. I would love to. One of our listeners owns a Lamborghini.
Wow.
That's got to be
Why
a one of
wouldn't-
one, right?
Why wouldn't you get
Probably.
a Ferrari, the better car?
How many of our listeners own
Whoa.
Lamborghinis? Poll question.
Ferraris are better than Lamborghinis.
1 to
John.
5. What would the
How do you
options
know?
be?
Have you owned and compared and contrasted these vehicles?
No.
Okay.
I can't do car talk.
Yeah. So the more fun one is our listeners and what. So how many of our listeners do you think own Lamborghinis? What would the 4 options be if we did a poll question?
I think
1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, or 15 or more.
I'm willing to bet more of our listeners own Porsches than Lamborghinis.
Think so?
But like the fake Porsche.
I feel like I never
The
see
Porsche.
What's a fake
The
Porsche?
Porsche SUV.
Us having
the
one,
Porsche
Still a Porsche.
us
Yeah,
having
but-
one Lamborghini listener, I feel like is an upset. Like, and I feel like if
Yeah.
you have a Lamborghini, you're capable of buying a Porsche.
Yeah.
I feel like we have one
You
Lamborghini.
should buy a Porsche over a Lamborghini.
You can own like 3
Wow,
Porsches.
Nick coming in hot.
I don't like Lamborghinis.
Why?
So to answer your
So
first
Hard,
hard
question,
to
strong
spell.
takes on the cars.
I call it the fake Porsche because if you're gonna, it's like the Porsche you buy just to let people know that you can get a Porsche, but you can't get an actual Porsche, so you get the SUV Porsche.
Why
It
can't
feels like a waste of a Porsche. Just get a 911.
a 911,
That's a
Nick?
Porsche.
Did Nick just say
Jet!
get a 911?
He
Nick,
did.
Do 911,
Osama
Nick
bin
says.
Laden get a 911 handshake, man. Unreal.
Also, I don't like Lamborghinis because I think they're overrated as hell. A Porsche is a better
You have
constructed
the
car.
strongest opinions on
Ferrari-
cars I've ever heard.
Well,
A
why do you like
Ferrari is a
Ferraris?
better constructed car. They're handmade. They have better weight distribution.
Man, hey.
They are. The seats get
Yeah,
hand-stitched.
handmaidens. They made them.
Oh, interesting.
The seats get
Handmaid's
hand-stitched
Tale.
and everything.
Handmaid's
Ferrari edition.
I just think a Ferrari is a better product.
But
It's a
you've never
better
been
built
in
product.
either of these.
No, I would love to.
Hockey Dad says there's a Maserati dealership at Huber. I see them everywhere. They have an SUV too.
Well, Huber
Huber. You have to say it that
Huber
way.
sold.
You did? To who?
Yeah, to Woodhouse.
Buher. Oh,
To Woodhouse.
that's
Oh.
cool.
Woodhouse
We love Woodhouse.
in a normal way.
Yeah.
Woodhouse,
Yeah. Yeah. Woodhouse.
not
Woodhouse.
Huber.
Huber. That was fun to say.
I used to hate those commercials.
Oh, Nick.
Yeah, they're trapped in your brain
I liked it
forever.
because I mean
Yeah.
I grew up with those. Those
Yeah.
were all the time. Huber.
By the way, you guys probably haven't seen John's new thing that he got for his car.
John's new Huber.
What do you have?
What'd you get, John?
The new thing I got. Oh, you mean my license plate?
Uh huh.
Mhm.
Uh huh.
Oh, I know about this because she reached out to me.
That's what I was told.
What's John's
yes.
license plate?
I mean, I guess
Well,
Do
I
we-
mean, we
do we-
probably shouldn't say it. I didn't know if you meant like the design or
the
what it
words,
says.
the word that is on
Oh,
it.
okay.
Yeah.
Wait, she told you didn't reach out to me and say, thanks, Josh, you're cool.
Did you give her some advice on what to put on
Yeah,
there?
she gave me like a few options. She was like, what do you think would be best? And I was like, that one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Josh got you a license plate.
I guess.
Shout out to me. I think
Well,
it's cool.
So now you know when you see the guy walking, driving around
Uh-huh.
town, it says "big dumb idiot."
I'm surprised I could fit
Josh
that on there.
Made-
They
Yeah.
managed to fit them all on there.
BGDMB.
Are you going to make Josh pay for the registration every year?
I should actually. That's
Nice.
actually a good idea.
By the way, Odson has put out the poll question at Happer Show. How many of our listeners own Lamborghinis? His
So-
options 1
Yeah,
to
go
9,
ahead.
10 to 19, 20 to 49, or 50 plus.
The 50 plus Lamborghini owners, there's no
there's
chance.
probably no more than
I'm going to say 1 to 9.
there's probably no more than 8 or 9 Lamborghini owners in Omaha. Period.
Great point.
Because it's not a car that is owned in mass quantity.
If we somehow got all of the Lamborghini owners to get the survey, get the book, they say, listen to our show. Perfect. It's great. Fantastic. Excellent.
We love Lamborghini.
We asked
owners.
we asked on one of the days last week how many doctors listen to the show, and then I heard from one doctor who listens to the show.
I know a doctor who listens to our show, I think.
We were just wondering how
I mean,
many. We're pretty dumb, so
Yeah.
do you think doctors
Yeah,
would
but
listen to
We
our
have
show?
smart people who listen to our show.
It's
Yeah.
probably like when you watch America's Funniest Home Videos, or you just want like garbage TV, you know? Maybe super smart people just want to listen to bad takes.
Doctors, this might come as a
Nice. I
surprise.
want to hear the idiots.
Or like junk food. to
They
them.
don't. I don't think they listen to doctor radio.
I
don't
don't know how
know.
many Dr. Pods
I
there
just
on.
feel like it'd be a little low brow for doctors.
Who's the Bill Simmons of Dr.
Well,
Pods?
listen, you don't
Great
want to.
question.
You don't want to constantly be living in your world. When you get away, you.
That's why I go on TikTok.
You listen to shows like this, or you listen to music, or your podcasts,
I mean,
or
I'm
whatever,
a freak. I just listen
to
to
get
this.
away from your normal everyday life.
You are.
You know what I listened on the whole drive today? Happer. And I realized, wow, I'm not listening to any other pods. I'm just listening to Happer on my way into work today.
Wow.
But I like your show. It's funny. But I have to listen at double speed so I can get in more content.
So you weren't you were listening to
To
a
pods.
replay
Yeah.
of
Mm.
my show.
Yeah, when I always download the first segment, the setup, the show segment, and then usually I kind of pick and choose. But I always like the intro segment. And then today I didn't get a chance to listen to Mitch. I just ran out of time.
Mm.
Yeah. Yesterday I listened Was it yesterday? The Gulf of America. I listened to that topic. That was fun.
Topic alert.
Yep. I have not had a chance to listen to I Have an Opinion yet. Probably listen to that on the way home for basketball.
Some opinions in there.
Though I think I've told you this. Once I hit 6 o'clock, I just kind of, there's stuff I missed from your show, deleted.
At some point, the day has to end.
Yes. I have to move on to the
Yes.
next day's worth
Yes.
of content.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
It's good to have that.
Humor.
Joe in Vegas. Joe in Vegas is letting us know that he has a friend, Doug, who has a collection of Porsches and Lamborghinis. They're both beautiful. And then he sent us a photo of his cars. Shout out to that guy.
And so which one's bad and which one's good, Nick?
Porsche's good.
Okay.
Lamborghini bad.
All right.
Lamborghini.
I love
overrated.
Lamborghinis.
I'm gonna say overrated, not bad.
So is it more about the price point?
No,
it's like Beats headphones. I've heard that they're good. They're just not good at the price point that people buy them.
Beats headphones amplify the bass more than anything else.
Which
And that's
people love.
People do love it, but that's
People
not.
do
You want a
love it.
mid-range headphone if you care about the music. Otherwise, you're just getting it for the bass, but you're not getting it for the.
That's why it's overpriced. I've
Yeah,
heard Bose headphones, same thing, overpriced. Good, but not as good as they cost.
I don't know if Lamborghinis are overpriced or not, but I think that they're overrated. Just because they're the ones that are always in the music videos and everything, I think they got it's like Beats headphones. I think they got a boost in pop culture, but if you want like a car that you're going to race or take on a track, you want a Ferrari.
Interesting.
I think it's a better built machine.
Back to cars again.
Well, yeah. So are you saying that, so you're saying that Ferrari is the better racing car, but
Yes.
most of the people are using Lamborghinis not for racing, but for just to have a car.
Mm-hmm.
I think
it's
using
about the image.
They're using a Lamborghini as a status symbol.
Well, they're
As they're
using
doing
the
for
Porsche,
Porsches.
Yeah, and if any
But a
exotic
Porsche is fun because it's good. A Porsche is also well constructed. But I think a Lamborghini is a bigger status symbol.
This is not a conversation for me.
I can't wait until we get some
I need somebody to poke holes in
Lamborghini
this.
owner to say, "Man, my car, it's got 5 million miles on it, and it's still running great."
It's like a Honda.
Or Toyota.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people guessing John's license plate.
Oh, interesting.
John
that could be a
Sure
fun
they
game.
are.
DIPSHIT is only 7 letters. That would fit on a license plate.
You're allowed to.
You can spell it.
Can you?
I don't know. I just did. If you want to mute
Hey,
letters,
I'm
Nick,
gonna do that.
Nick just
Oh,
dumped
it's too
letters.
late. It was way more than 5 seconds.
I'm just
7.
proud of that person who's able to spell it.
Nice.
That would be so funny if a license plate said that.
That would be great.
I would
Now,
laugh
the
hysterically.
bummer is that they control. Like you couldn't. do
No, it
that.
goes through like a process.
You
Yeah.
couldn't say like
Yeah.
F Trump. Like
Yeah,
they
right.
won't allow
No,
that. type
but
of stuff.
there is a whole subgenre of people who figure out ways to kind of skirt the process and they get
Yeah.
away with it.
Really
Yeah, like also with words that are
8008S.
Nah.
Get it?
I bet you could put boobs on your
Oh, yeah.
license plate if you wanted to.
I
Really?
bet that got flagged a long time ago.
You think so?
Yeah, they
Can you
probably
put
wouldn't let you
boobs,
do
on license plate?
No,
I'm gonna guess no.
Yeah.
And no way they'd allow.
What
that.
about with a Z?
Oh, well, you might be onto
Well,
something.
we'll allow that one. That's funny. It's a Z instead of an S.
What about if it's a 5? Instead
What
of
about
an
if
S?
it's a yeah? See?
Even funnier.
Sky sends us the average 1620 the zone listener, and it's the Bob Odenkirk character from I Think You Should Leave when he says triples is best. And
Yeah.
he talks about owning all of the. Is it Lamborghinis? Is that
I-
what he owns in that?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Mm-hmm.
What if you can somebody do an AI image of the average 1620 the zone listener?
Oh,
Oh.
man, this could get dangerous.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone wants to see that.
I do. I just asked for it. I don't know.
Did you hear his idea earlier
don't you
today,
do the
John?
AI?
Happer's
Rock
going to
it.
throw a party for the YouTube listeners.
Yeah, I want.
Oh.
I want to throw a party. John hates him, so
I love the YouTube listeners.
Well, I mean, it'll be easy. We just need to go to the Douglas County
Can
prison.
they give us super chats, Nick?
They'll all be there.
Can our YouTube listeners do super chats?
I don't know if we can do that yet.
Do we not have that turned
Oh, yeah,
on?
whatever happened there.
We should just turn the button on.
Though here is a witty tweet from Alex. Nick here for Superior German Engineering. You know who that sounds like.
I also like,
Under. That's a second under today.
the fun thing is I like Japanese cars a lot. I prefer Japanese
And whiskey.
Mm.
and whiskey.
So the two countries that we had to defeat in World War II.
By the way, we do not have the super chat thing turned on.
I think Mr. Mussolini liked
no dollar
Lamborghinis.
button.
Would you like to click it?
Yeah, I don't have access to the back end of the Zone YouTube account, or else I would.
Hmm.
We'd have Theo giving us super chats. How fun would that be? You know what super chats are?
Why would that matter?
It's because
It's money.
yeah, they pay us.
Why would they? Now you're asking that because they would probably figure it out at some point. But if they can already do it for free, why would you pay for something that you're not?
Because then you're guaranteed to read their comments.
Dangerous game, John.
What if I decide not to read their comments?
I'll read it for them, or Nick would. We have to. That is the promise that we would give our listeners, and that is why they pay for it. And it comes in a fun little color for them. So it's like a super chat. Jeremiah says, am I now super chatting? Because this feels great, man. Thanks a lot, Nick. And thank you, John, for the graphic as a YouTuber. You do a great job.
I do all the graphics on our YouTube. And
That's not
Josh
true.
Hodson and Jimmy.
John makes graphics.
For our YouTube?
I have
Yeah.
no. I
Like the
haven't-
thumbnails? and
Oh,
stuff?
no, I was talking about the videos. You do graphics? The Grum Down. That's
Yeah,
a
no, you
graphic.
do-
Oh well,
you
that
do
yeah,
those.
that's yeah. I guess
You make things. You do things all the time.
I guess you're right.
Happer's getting into the graphic game.
Love it.
I like your graphics.
Thank
I like
you.
your thumbnails. I like your full art thumbnails that you do.
Yeah, it's. I would rather have Josh do them.
When Josh is gone, you got to do
It's a-
thumbnails.
It's a little bit of extra effort.
Understandable.
that I
Little pain
don't
in the
have time
ass.
for in the morning.
Yeah.
It's kind of a pain in the ass.
I'm busy.
You got a lot of things going on. All of us do.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Many things. Speaking of, I have to go and do 1620 the Jays pod.
Oh, man. Have a great interview.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Coming up this week. We got some content coming your way. First one of the new year.
that's right.
Mhm.
Everything's the first of the new year now.
Happy New Year.
This is our first dumb debates of the new year.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
It's our first Wednesday show. in
First time I've
weeks.
watched the 2018 All-Star game this year.
Yeah, that is definitely true.
When was the last time you watched the 2018 All-Star game?
2018.
Oh, you watched it?
Definitely.
Is this the
I watch the All-Star game every year.
Is this the world feed? That's not the Fox
Yeah,
logo.
it's the world feed,
Interesting. Cool.
Look
which
at
I've never
look at
understood.
Salvi.
Why do they need to do a separate feed for
the
the rest
world?
of the world?
I don't know. That's a great
versus-
question.
Do you think it's licensed? Like, genuinely, do you think it's a licensing
I have
thing?
no idea, Nick.
Probably.
I really
bet it
don't.
is.
They probably get more money.
Because it might be like a Sky Sports situation, how like Sky Sports has the rights to Formula One, but then they offer it to ESPN. It's like a rental
Yeah, but
thing.
you're still getting the Sky Sports broadcasters and graphics. This is different broadcasters, different graphics than the Fox feed.
Mm-hmm.
Yet it's English speaking. It's with American announcers.
Mad Fest.
I've never understood why, former friend of the Grum, Charles Davis used to do the world feed for the Super Bowl.
That's true. We would have him on and he would talk about that.
Yeah.
But it's the same angles that Fox uses. Or
Yeah, I've
CBS
never
or whatever.
understood why it's necessary to separate the feeds like that. I get it if it's like a Spanish speaking broadcast or a
Right.
French speaking broadcast, but this is an English speaking broadcast done by American announcers. Never understood it.
Yeah, I don't either. It's just geared toward. It's geared toward the world more.
I guess,
Mm.
but they don't.
But they don't make it. It
Yeah, they
sounds
don't
American to
yeah,
me.
they don't break down
Yeah.
the game any differently. They don't over explain things to
Right.
people who aren't familiar.
Yeah,
with
it's not
American
like a
football.
Nickelodeon game or
Yeah.
anything like that.
That's true. By the way, Joel says, I have an opinion. Super chats are just OnlyFans for the media. That's funny.
That is.
Oh, so this means we would have to see Theo naked.
No, he
No,
would
it's
get
the
to see
opposite.
us naked.
Yeah.
yeah.
You
No,
have to show him your
I didn't-
tummy, John.
I didn't agree to that.
Show him your belly button.
I didn't agree to that.
John doesn't want to do super chats.
Yeah. I love super chats. I do it on my YouTube. It's cool.
I don't really need the super chats.
That's right. You don't like asking for money.
Why would I do that?
Because the listeners want to do super chats.
They do?
Yeah.
You don't think that?
No,
Yeah,
I swear to God.
Yeah,
Do
but the
super
problem is the
chats.
people that would want to do super chats would talk about things we can't talk
They
about.
would not. They would know that they're not allowed to do that.
So again, why are you dumb enough to pay $10?
Not dumb. They're supporting us. You guys just got to get in the content game a little bit more.
I love content.
John's
You're
too.
the one that was complaining at the end of the year. I got to stop doing stuff. I'm too busy.
Yeah, well, I'm not doing that. I'm full steam ahead. Doing
Which
more,
is why
baby.
he's now asking all of you YouTube chatters
Baby
to now
money.
start paying us so
No,
that he'll read your
I was
comments.
just saying, do we have that capability? I was just wondering.
We do.
We do. We just don't have it turned on.
Yeah, we
You just got to
flip it
go.
on.
Chance, would I know not to do that?
That's true. We'd have to read Chance's comments. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, sounds good to me if you want to pay us like $2 to ask a question.
Yeah.
$5,
For sure.
$50.
Yeah.
Many dollars.
Yeah.
By the way,
Seems a little.
as we say goodbye. Odson did the average sports radio listener 1620 The Zone, KOZN in Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah.
But it's just a radio guy. So our average listener is a host of a, of
well,
a show.
that's not
Oh,
false.
well,
I
yeah.
listen to this show all the
And I
time.
listen to your show all the time.
Okay.
Are you gonna grok one?
Is that
Oh
what
yeah,
he
the
did? Did he
grok, the grok. Is it grok?
I guess I don't know. I've always
Is this
pronounced
the
it
new GIF?
We have access to Mr. Grok.
We do. Everybody does now. Elon made it free for everybody.
Oh really?
Everyone can grok now.
Oh,
Grok
cool.
so hard.
Going
Careful.
back to the, you were mentioning how they have to approve license plates.
Yeah.
Husker Fan for Life tweets out a photo, I believe it's one that he took, of a car in Nebraska
Yeah.
that has the specialized plate, meth USR.
Oh,
And there's a space between the meth and the USR.
I guess they
I
did.
thought you were going to say chicken bleeper.
They must have been off that day.
Yeah. How did they approve that?
How did they? Yeah.
I don't know. Meth. Let's put it on a license plate.
Maybe
I'm
meth isn't a
surprised they
bad.
would just allow meth.
Meth isn't a bad word. It's just
Meth
illegal.
user. Meth
Yeah, but
user.
you would think that
Cops are like,
they try to avoid controversial things.
should we pull this guy over?
I'm drunk.
BAC.
Well, he's playing 4D chess because it's like the cop is like, oh, he's not going to advertise that he's a meth user, so he must not be.
It's a dare, really.
Mhm.
It is.
Check and see if I'm doing meth.
Maybe he convinced him saying it's meth, but the USR is you shouldn't. Yeah.
Mhm. That sounds
You
right.
kind of, Josh, you kind of
Me?
skipped over the main headline of this AI that was created by producer Josh.
Yeah.
It's not just that the average Zone listener is doing a radio show. It's that the average Zone listener is doing a radio show while looking exactly like Bill Goldberg. He looks like Goldberg doing a radio show.
Yeah, I guess I didn't notice that. That's a
that
good
cool
point.
billboard we have out
Mhm.
there. Is that a billboard? Or is that a mic flag? I didn't get a good look at it.
Yeah, it's very big, whatever it is.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, I guess our listeners are Bill Goldberg.
They're all Bill Goldberg.
You know what Bill Goldberg also is?
A
He's
wrestler.
a big car guy.
Is he really?
Yeah,
Wow.
he loves cars.
It
He
all
loves-
comes together.
He loves muscle cars.
Full circle.
I like Goldberg.
Mm-hmm.
He was a good wrestler back in the day.
He was.
I don't know what he is now.
Isn't he still a wrestler?
He hasn't wrestled in a while.
What
but-
happened to him? I guess he's old.
Well, yeah, he's in his 50s.
Yeah. I wonder if he's on TikTok.
He wore Speedos.
This is one of the first
Knee
AIs
pads.
I've ever seen where they didn't screw up the words. Those are legible words and letters.
1620 The Zone. Da da da.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Well, that's why you know it's fake, because we would screw up the letters and the words.
That's a great
What's-
point, John.
What's that thing that has 1620 the zone? Is that like a monitor? 'Cause
I have
it
no
looks
idea.
like
It's very strange.
a tiny thing with a tarp.
It's very strange.
I don't know. It's a
Like,
good.
I think it
good
might be a
question.
computer, but it's weird.
Yeah.
All right.
What's
yeah.
that?
By the way, thanks to our very kind benefactor.
Oh.
JTech.
Yeah.
Oh.
Goats.
Yeah.
My favorite construction and solar company.
Our good friend Dave over at JTech
Hooked us up.
hooked us up with what is that called again?
Whistle Pig, John.
Okay.
Bourbon whiskey.
I've heard it's good. I've heard it's very good.
Nick, it is, and it is.
I'm happy for you.
I'm
happy that
Listen to Nick.
The person who doesn't drink whiskey as much as other people on the station got the whiskey.
It's
I
never
Well,
about that.
We appreciate Dave and everyone over
Thank
there.
you, Dave.
Very
Thank you,
cool.
Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Hello,
Good,
Dave.
proud supporters of the Grum and the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
We'll be reading tweets all day long.
And that's where you can send your dumb debates. Use the hashtag dumb debates.
First of the year.
Please
That's right.
do.
It's the first one of the year, just as this is the first bottle of whiskey of the year.
Facts. No cap.
Nice.
Nice.
No, I am wearing a cap today.
Nice.
Bye.
1620 the zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
It's another frigid Wednesday. You'll see a lot of sunshine looking out the window, but once you step out the door, you'll have temperatures in the middle 20s outside for highs this afternoon. Into the evening, we'll see a few more clouds begin to fill back in, and then overnight, temperatures dropping into the teens. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Nick, you need to thank John.
John, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you and I respect you, and I've learned a lot from you over the years.
Liar.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Scott sends us another picture of another license plate in the wild.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I know what this person is going for, but
Roper.
But the license plate is GOAT, then a space, then RPR.
Yikes.
Which, as Josh correctly identifies, GOAT Roper,
Roper.
which is
not the other.
which is
thing.
a Sometimes I've always used it as a derogatory term for cowboys.
It's true, because they should be roping cows.
But as Scott mentions, vowels matter because, I mean, you could look at that in a very different way because it's only a couple of letters different from roper to something else.
Yep.
Reaper. Goat reaper.
Or reefer. I guess that's a F.
Yeah, it's a different consonant.
That's not a P. Consonants and vowels.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that.
I've occasionally come across license plates where I'm like, man, I should know what this means. Did you know there actually used to be a game show? It was a syndicated game show. So it wasn't like a, Price is Right, Wheel of Fortune where it was widely syndicated.
Yeah.
But it was, and I can't remember the name of it, but the basic premise was trying to identify license plates.
Wild.
Like the state?
No. Like this.
A vanity plate and what it's
a vanity plate.
That was
what
a
it
game
means.
show?
Yeah.
Wow. They were bored back then.
Yeah.
That sounds like
you think Super Chats is a bad idea? That was a bad idea.
I didn't say Super Chats was a bad idea. I just think it's silly that people would want to pay money to get their comments right. But you do you.
Yeah.
But that's that was the premise of this game show.
Interesting.
And every so often I'll come across a vanity plate will be like, what does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then the longer I'm behind them in the interstate, the more I'm getting frustrated. So I either have to let them get away from me or I pass them because I'm going to drive myself crazy trying to figure out what does XZ578
we're all wondering
SMH mean.
Well, that
Shaking
was
my
my
head.
password, but I guess I have to change it now.
Yeah, Nick has to change his password.
Yeah.
Hate changing passwords.
I do too.
But we got to do it.
Yeah.
Got to do it. Yep.
Grum done?
Maybe Daniel, it was Goat Rapper. Maybe
Go
that's
rapper.
what it was.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about Eminem.
Who's your favorite rapper? Is there a single
my
rap
mom
song
did a
you've ever
great
enjoyed?
job rapping our presents.
I feel like I'm getting pretty good.
Ooh.
I feel like I'm getting pretty good at
rapping
gifts.
presents?
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting better. Every year I get a little bit better.
I'm pretty bad at it.
Yeah,
I
does
try.
not. That
I'm just
tracks.
bad.
I mean, that entirely tracks.
Thank you, Headley, and you didn't have to pay me $10 to read your comment. It was called Bumper Stumpers.
Bumper Stumpers.
I forgot.
That's a good
was
name.
the name of the
That
show
is a
was
good name.
Bumper Stumpers.
From Dwayne the Rock Hudson. Ethel, come quick. The license plate show's on. Tell Timmy he can play kick the can some other time.
I didn't watch it much. It was one of those deals where you just kind of stumbled across it and you're like, what are they doing?
What
And
an odd time.
You'd
in
watch
American
for 5
history.
minutes and then be like, I'm going to switch to the rerun of the Brady Bunch.
Interesting. What an odd time.
Well, I mean, people could say that about today.
That's
what
true.
an
Oh,
odd
yeah.
time.
That's true.
You spend your whole day watching YouTube videos and TikToks.
And paying super chats.
And invading Canada.
Bobby, stop paying super chats to come down for dinner.
Nobody's invading Canada
Yet.
Grum down?
Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Nebraska at Iowa.
Oh, boy.
We've seen this act before.
Oh, boy.
It's kind of like the police academy movies. You seen one, you seen them all.
You
Except
know,
worse.
I don't live and die with Nebraska basketball, right? Because that sounds like a terrible, terrible existence.
It
But every
actually
time
does.
they lose to Iowa, I do get triggered because it's like, man, Iowa fans are so annoying.
No,
So,
we're not.
yeah, you are. You don't even like basketball. You should not be allowed to talk any trash about last night's game. Zero trash.
That's funny. You mentioned that. I didn't have any Iowa fans jumping in my timeline.
Were you tweeting about it? I didn't see any tweets.
No, I did
Well,
not
see,
tweet
that's the
about
thing.
it.
Yeah. I wonder why
I
Iowa fans
wasn't
weren't.
tweeting about it.
Though I did see Creighton fans oddly talking trash, which as someone, I've always said if you lose to a team, I don't feel like you should be able to talk trash to them. I don't talk trash about the Eagles,
I would.
though I will.
I
if they
wish.
lose in
I
the
wish
playoffs.
that. I wish that applied more often. But Josh, strangely enough, it doesn't.
It does not.
Sometimes the more losing a fan base experiences, the more they talk.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 will join us. And today he will be presented as a hostile witness because our teams are fighting.
Oh, man,
Did
that's
you
true.
see this? Did you hear about this? Because of the wildfires, the horrible wildfires in Los Angeles, the NFL had to put out a statement today about their monitoring in case it might affect the playoff game. I think that, and I've seen maps of where the fires are located there in Los Angeles.
SoFi.
And it's, I wish I knew my LA geography better, but I think it's still 20 some odd miles away. But
Where
like
would
tonight,
they move the game to? Vegas?
Yeah, I would.
San Diego?
There's
I guess
no
there's
stadium
not.
in San
Well,
Diego.
there is. It's just tiny.
Yeah, it would
Probably
be
Vegas. Wow, that's crazy. Have they ever moved a playoff game?
No.
We've seen them move regular season games before.
I guess
that is incorrect.
To do it in 2025.
Did you know?
Time in history.
Did you know that the first? I believe it was the first. Hang on, I'm going to double check this and make sure I have it right.
Las Vegas does love inheriting things that weren't originally theirs.
Nice, especially teams from Los Angeles.
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess the Raiders were in Oakland.
They were. People forget.
But they were in Los Angeles before that.
Well, the A's were also in Oakland.
The A's were also in Oakland.
Wow, they hate Oakland.
They do. They really do. They're stabbing them in the back. Watch out, Warriors. You might end up in Vegas, too.
Oh, there's still a team in Oakland?
They were in Oakland. Now they're in San Francisco. They went across the bay.
Did you know that it was not recognized at the time, but it became the first ever NFL championship game was moved and was played indoors?
No.
It was, so before 1933, the NFL, just whoever was at the head of the standings won the championship.
Yeah.
There was no divisions. There was no championship game, whoever had the best record.
Yeah.
The Chicago Bears and the Portsmouth Spartans, who later became the Detroit Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Portsmouth Spartans is cool.
They determined that they needed the game to break a tie. The Spartans went 6-1-4. The Bears went 6-1-6.
Yikes.
So they played 2 extra games and tied them both.
It was a mid-off.
It was a game that was supposed to be held at Wrigley Field.
Baseball.
But because of the weather, they moved it indoors to Chicago Stadium, which is the arena that preceded the United Center.
It was big enough to play a football game at?
Well,
they played arena football.
But
was that the first arena football game?
It was the first indoor football game.
Wow.
The field was only 80 yards long.
What?
60 yards between the goal lines, 45 yards wide, which of course was narrower. The goalposts were moved from the end lines to the goal lines. Every time a team crossed the 10-yard line, the ball was moved back 20 yards to account for the extra yard. So let's say your team drives to my 10-yard line.
Then we go back to the 30?
Then you get moved back to the 30, and then you finish the drive from there.
So what if you do a long touchdown, but you just dive in? You dive and you cross the goal line. They're like, all right, you're at the 20 now.
It doesn't say.
Or if it was like a
Of course,
deep,
this was
deep shot.
1932. Teams didn't go anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
So yes,
they only ran and kicked.
So the first ever indoor playoff game
photo.
was the first ever indoor NFL game.
Wow, that's
insane.
wild.
Wow.
It was also decided that due to the smaller field and indoor stadium, drop kicks, field goals not used. That's crazy.
No field goals?
No field goals.
Yeah.
So how did they end up with 9 points?
Well,
It's disgusting.
It was a different era.
Touchdown and a safety.
Did the touchdowns count as 7
No, I
points?
guess. Yeah. Weird.
Let's see. You know what? They've got the final score, but they don't have.
How about this? Rules at the time mandated that a forward pass had to be thrown from at least 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Man, early football is so strange.
It was a touchdown and a safety. That's how.
So the
Bears-
touchdown just counted as 7 points.
I guess
straight
so.
up.
Yeah.
Even back then, they're like the PATs and just a gimme.
Yeah.
I guess so.
So anyway, where do we go off? Oh, they would probably move the game to Las Vegas. But we'll see. I mean, hopefully they'll have those things under control at some point. But man, it is really bad. I've seen some videos of the fires out there. It's absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Mick Cronin calls his team soft. And Husker fans thought that the most controversial comments he was going to say this week had to do with them.
Dude, wait till if you've not seen this video or heard this audio, you're in for a real treat. It's an old school rant.
It is. Bill Connolly of ESPN.com will join us for a college football playoff primer.
Nice get, Nick.
We get fired up for games that matter football.
We're getting near the end. This is the end.
All of these
I
games
am
matter.
sad.
There's no opt-outs in these games. They all mean something.
That's true.
They're playing for something more than just some gimmick trophy.
That's true.
They're playing for more than pride. They're playing for championships.
That's true.
Mitch Holtis, if we can disturb him in his vacationing in the Bahamas.
Yeah, what is he doing this week? Just chilling? Hanging out?
Well, in Kansas
It's
City,
been horrible
they
down
have
there.
been chilling.
Oh, my gosh. One of my friends
The
said,
biggest, the most excitement he had last weekend was just getting in and getting out.
dude, one of my dear friends lives down in the Kansas City area, and the amount of ice that was on his vehicle and how long it took them just to warm it up so they could actually scrape the ice off. Ridiculous.
That is some thick ice.
And that's crap's happening in Dallas, too. You know, all the writers are worried that game's going to get moved or something. What a weird week.
It's our first Dumb Debates of 2025. You can send us your
Awesome.
Dumb Debates into the J Tech Construction Zone Twitter page.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Use the hashtag Dumb Debates. It's the one place where you can still use the hashtag. We appreciate it. It's just easier for us to find.
It is.
It really is.
Or you can email into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com, where we occasionally also get Dumb Debate submissions there too. Is Notre Dame likable?
What kind of stupid question is that?
Well, it was one asked by friend of the program, Ralph Rousseau.
What kind of smart question is that?
And it's a question we asked on the J Tech Construction Zone Twitter poll.
Oh, I look forward to seeing the results later on.
You can vote right now. Is Notre Dame likable?
Okay.
And are the Lions dislikable?
Is this your way of priming the pump for Mike Schaefer, who's going to join us in a few minutes?
What about the Portsmouth Spartans? How do we feel about them?
They're mid.
Well, they did lose the first NFL playoff.
Classic Portsmouth.
They lost it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's their issue. But that's your Grum Down, brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to join us on the Portsmouth Spartans talk line,
nice, please do.
402-951-1620.
Also,
yeah,
2 opportunities today
2
to win our half-off deal this week before you can get it to Capal.
Oh,
Copal Mexican cuisine.
That's awesome. 2 hot chances?
2 hot chances. If you don't get the first chance, you have a second chance.
Nobody needs a second chance.
So.
1 is enough.
We do have 2 listeners named Chance.
Oh, that's right, we do.
So keep
Never
listening,
mind.
and I'll tell you how you can do that.
We can have 2 chances. Before we get to Shafe, someone calling on the Portsmouth Spartans hotline.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's Don. Hi, Don.
Hey guys, appreciate taking the call.
Hey, Don.
I forget the name of the new tackle we just landed in the transfer portal, but it's
Pritchett.
funny. That's it.
Yes, Pritchett.
Yeah, Pritchett. You know, it's funny because I think it was last year. I was on Twitter one day and I was scrolling and I see it come across my timeline that such and such this tackle gets arrested or was allegedly maybe for knowingly like spreading an STD. And my first thought was, wow, I'm sure glad this guy isn't on our team.
And now he is.
And now he is.
Yeah.
So that's
not great.
That's a rack. Not a great look. So see if he can redeem himself in Scarlet and Cream. But my question is, where do you think this guy, where he is relative to the other tackles they looked at? Because I know that obviously that gentleman from Nevada was high on our board before he went to Oregon, and then who knows? I'm kind of curious what your guys' thoughts are, where he would have ranked relative to the other guys they've looked at up to this point.
Well, and keep in mind there's also the tackle from New Mexico. And hold on. And again, I apologize if I.
We'll learn.
We'll learn only if he bothers to come here. If not, we don't care.
Yeah.
Shiaz Pete, who was from New Mexico, he had better numbers.
Yeah, we
He had
talked about
better
this.
credentials.
Talked about this yesterday with Pritchett, that his numbers were not very good.
He allowed a team worst 31 pressures last season.
And I know, like, we
according to
joked
Pro
about
Football
it,
Focus.
like when I read some of the Reddit posts. But I do think that hearing from fan bases when they lose players or coaches, I think that it can be instructive. And the story that I always like to tell is Syracuse fans, when Tony White left, were like, oh, man, congrats, Nebraska, you got a good one. And then when Marcus Satterfield left, South Carolina fans were like, hell yeah, brother, take this man away from us. He's mid as hell. He sucks. So
it can be accurate, but let's face it, fans are going to fan.
But those two ended up being pretty right. When Trey Palmer left, there were some LSU fans who were like, "Look,
but
he's
I would
super
argue
talented."
those are coaches. So most fans, it's hard for most fans to identify good offensive linemen.
Now that is true. Well, unless they're bad, then I think you can. Identify bad
unless it's obvious.
Yeah. So
that
we'll see.
They're bad.
At the very least, that decision he made, yikes, not great, John.
Well, you know what? To go back to the caller's question, we can ask our next guest.
Let's do it.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 will join us next. It is a Wednesday, a Dumb Debates Wednesday here on 1620 The Zone.
Home Mexican cuisine. Get $50 in gift certificates for only $25. Copal Mexican Cuisine, home of the Sunday Mexican buffet.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Will be with us here in just a few moments. He was doing some quick wrap-up work on a story that will be published very soon on Husker 24/7. That's his primary job.
Yeah, he just does this to hang out with us.
Yeah, he does this to hang out with us. That, and he's afraid to talk about the NFC wildcard game.
Is that what it is?
Because he knows that the Rams are the superior
introvert. He's afraid of talking to you. John Bishop. We did watch the end of that game yesterday that you won back in October when you cheated. We did watch that.
We didn't cheat.
You reminded me of that game, 2001 Patriots-esque with the amount of cheating that went on. Pretty bad cheating, John.
Yeah, it's cheating when your
Rams.
quarterback kept throwing touchdown passes and
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp was
That
doing
doesn't
Cooper Kupp things.
As a
and
watcher of football,
Sam Darnold was getting sacked.
That does seem illegal.
It
As someone who
does.
watches football, seeing good things happen to your favorite team does seem illegal at times.
A little bit later in the Grum, as we await Shafe's arrival, we're going to talk with Bill Conley of ESPN.com and get a preview of the college football playoff. Today was the pre-bowl game press conference featuring James Franklin and Marcus Freeman, the combative coaches in the Penn State-Notre Dame game. And James Franklin got on his soapbox about Notre Dame not being in a conference. I mean, they're sitting right there at the table together. And he said, I think, and this is James Franklin of Penn State, I think there's been conversations. Obviously, you talk about just the differences between our two programs and conferences. I think it should be consistent across college football. I think this is no knock on Notre Dame or coach, but I think everybody should be in a conference. I think everyone should play a conference championship game, or no one should play a conference championship game. I think everybody should play the same number of conference games. So he was getting on his soapbox there, realizing that not all conferences are created equal.
Correct. That's the thing.
So, yes, we can sit here and lament, well, Notre Dame, they don't play in a conference. But they also made a provision for that in the college football playoff. Notre Dame would have been a top 4 seed.
Mm-hmm.
But because they don't have a conference championship game, they can only be the 5th seed. That's the best they could go undefeated.
For now.
When we'll see. Maybe that'll change, maybe it won't. I don't know.
Yeah.
But so that makes up for, you have to play the extra game.
Exactly.
And let's not pretend that, if Penn State put up the same record in the Mountain West, Penn State would not have made the college football playoff. Or if they did, they would have been in a much more disadvantageous spot.
Correct.
So
correct.
It's a little boy cry wolf, but
yeah, I would agree.
Interesting that he decided to use that moment to make that statement, as they're supposed to be glad-handing each other. Now Marcus Freeman's going to use that as motivation.
And Notre Dame's going to win.
Penn State ass.
Indeed they are.
Hold on. Did you just make the argument that if Penn State had the same season in the Mountain West, they would have a worse spot? They would have had a bye, John. Boise State had a bye.
Guess that's true.
Well, it depends. I guess you might be right on that, but the
no, I wouldn't be wrong on that. They would have went 12-1 with a loss to a team.
But come on, you know that being in the Big Ten means a lot more than being in the Mountain West.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that exact point sort of backfired on you, and since it's Vikings-Rams week, I felt necessarily compelled to point out that it didn't quite go how you wanted on that.
Butting heads already.
By the way, how's Sam Darnold after taking all those hits on Sunday night?
Probably going to be fine. I mean, he's not 36 years old with a broken back or whatever Matthew Stafford is. So,
you mean that same broken back he used to deke those Viking defenders when he?
Yeah, but they know that Puka Nakua's playing.
Dodge and dive, and then threw that touchdown pass in the Thursday night game that we watched together.
I don't know if you saw this, but Brian Flores admitted the Vikings had no game plan because they were unprepared for Puka Nakua to play. That's why they just didn't blitz. Sure. The guy who blitzes more than every other defensive coordinator ever. Now I feel great. They didn't have a game plan, John. How are they going to win?
Yeah, what's going to be the excuse this time? Oh, we didn't have a plan because you guys had those wildfires. We didn't have a plan for all the smoke.
The built-in excuses are not going to be able to breathe. That seems like a pretty good one.
Solid excuse. Shafe, I talked to you on Monday. I heard your interview not only with Happer, but even with Jack on Monday, and you just kept saying, felt like my season ended, but now that we have to play in the playoffs. 2 days later, are you feeling better? Are you excited at all for this game?
It's been a weird week. I haven't really gone into a lot of Vikings coverage yet. I haven't really looked into or listened to really any NFL coverage at this point in time. It's just such a strange deal to be playing a game that everybody agrees was like the biggest game of the entire season, the regular season.
Yeah.
And then you lose, and you lose in a way that's just sort of like sucks, I guess, is there's really no other way to phrase it.
Yeah.
Your team could have played a lot better. Your team had a ton of opportunity, and then you still end up losing 31-9 or whatever it ends up being. And then you have to turn around and play in this smoke-infested hellscape in SoFi Stadium against a team that I don't really know what to do with, because I know what the Rams are capable of, but they're a Kyler Murray fastball off the helmet away from having to play the Seahawks for the right to even be in this game. Like, it's such a weird deal where the Rams sort of how they finished their season, what they've looked like, sort of post that Bills game. It's only like, is it a rope-a-dope, John? Is that what McVay's going for here? Like, is that why they kind of look like trash for a couple weeks?
I don't know.
They put up more points with Jimmy G and their backups than they did with Stafford and the starters.
I'm really not sure what the deal is on offense, which is why I was rooting for your team on Sunday, because I thought Detroit with their defense would have been a better matchup. And then, of course, Detroit
their defense
plays
played
their best
awesome.
defensive game of the year.
Yeah.
Granted, they probably got away with a little more physicality in the secondary than they normally do.
Well, they got called for the 5-yard variety and not the 35-yard variety.
They
That does
did.
make a big difference.
Yeah, they did do that once. But, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what to make of it either. I'm hoping, because, honestly, the two best offensive games this year were against the Vikings and the Bills. But then right after the Bills game, they kind of went into a shell. I tried to excuse away the San Francisco and New York games as, they weren't great weather conditions. I mean, one was played in a torrential downpour. The other was played in the cold. And we all know that, California teams don't usually play well in the cold.
Yeah.
But that doesn't explain, the Arizona Cardinal game, because it's not like Arizona was lighting the world on fire. They just lost to the Panthers. So I don't know. Shafe. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that this Jekyll and Hyde offense, shows its good face on Monday night.
Do you want to be Jekyll or do you want to be Hyde?
I was going to say, what is the good one? Is Jekyll good or is Hyde good?
It's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So Dr. Jekyll was the good. Mr. Hyde was the evil.
Yeah, but in this scenario, wouldn't you want to be the badass evil side of it and not the soft good side of it?
Perhaps. It depends.
That's more. I knew how the story goes. I didn't know which of when in a sports context would you.
That's a good question. I don't know. That
comes up a lot, and I always find myself like, wait a minute, don't you want to be the sort of the uncaring, results-oriented part of this, and not
that's a good point.
Mr. Rogers side of it?
That's a good point.
Not Aaron Rodgers. Nobody wants that. But
no one wants that.
Do you like that the game's on a Monday, Shafe?
No, I don't like any of this. Who would be excited about having to wait an extra day for their team to play in a game in which their season could just end? It's on Monday night. I have no way of being able to quantify this, but I just assume Sam Darnold's worse later the day gets, that he's probably a noon player. And so
Kirk Cousins again? You have the same quarterback all over again?
I only know the narratives of the last 7 years or 8 years, whatever it's been.
Oh, no.
I don't have any other new narratives. I got nothing else. As the week has gone on, I've started to feel better about things. I feel like they had a bad game in which they also would have had the opportunity to win had they played even average to above average football with what their defense did. That defense played so well. Yeah. And I kind of lost sight of that on Sunday and Monday morning. They really gave them an opportunity to win. The dam is going to break because you're playing a team as good as the Lions. And, again, I insult them all the time, largely because I don't feel like I have to feel good for them. But that's not the point here. They are a good football team, and they're the best football team in the NFC. I have no qualms about it. They beat Minnesota twice. They're the best team in the NFC. The road to the Super Bowl goes through them. And I hope Minnesota gets the opportunity to play that game again because I want to see it.
If Van Ginkel holds on to that interception,
it's a 17-15 game pending the extra point.
It might be a tie game, and who
knows? Maybe if they called a safety, everything changed.
Well, that was very sketchy too.
Mm-hmm.
That was very sketchy too. All right. Well, I know people want to just hear Ram Viking talk all day, but
I was having fun.
I did want to ask you about last night's game. Speaking of games that may have featured questionable officiating.
Thanks.
Did the defensive reputation of Nebraska basketball take a hit last night, or is it still the weak Big Ten road record narrative that took a hit last night?
Well, they both kind of work hand in hand. I mean, I'm guessing you probably weren't watching. I don't know if Josh was watching, but Peacock had a graphic up, I think, early in the game that showed what Nebraska's road numbers, like their home road splits, are just severe when it comes to their defense. And so, it sort of works its way to both of them. I'm sitting here today, and last night I was having the same thought. I mean, Nebraska kind of did this against Rutgers last year too, where you're on the road, you have the opportunity to get the road win, you have a double-digit lead, you're unable to put it away, you end up in overtime, you're unable to finish it off in overtime. Like, so they've been down this path sort of before, and they're a resilient bunch. And I don't think this is going to sort of change the season trajectory, but it's a sort of unnecessary stubbing of the toe that they didn't need to have. Like, the momentum that they would have right now, had they just finished this game off, whether it had been a 1-point win or, you keep your double-digit 15-point win, it certainly hurts, when we're talking about Nebraska as a program that wants to move to the next level of not necessarily just being a bubble program, but a program that people actually say, like, oh, wow, Nebraska's a good basketball team. Not like, oh, what a cool story that is. So I think they still got work to do in that regard. It felt like they took forever to get out of the concept of doubling the post against a team that was just jacking threes. So you continue, Randy Bennett said this in Sioux Falls, and it's kind of been sticking with me ever since. He kind of said it in a backhanded sort of way that Nebraska doesn't have a complicated defense because they're just going to rotate and double. And if you continue to make the extra pass, you're always going to have an open shot. And so, and it's not even that Iowa was always making the extra pass, but they kept getting Nebraska to double inside, and that would leave someone, usually, Dix or the other guy, open for a three-pointer. I mean, so it was tough to see that it took Nebraska that long to come out of it. Nebraska also sort of, when Iowa made its run, panicked. I thought they with a more veteran team, they wouldn't be doing that this year. Even in the play that should have been the double dribble that would have resulted in Nebraska getting the basketball back, Bryce Williams has to take care of that ball. He has to shield that ball better. He can't allow that to be out there. Like, I feel very strongly Nebraska got jobbed in a variety of ways, but they're also still at fault for a lot of the stuff that they can control, and they have to play better basketball. Because if this was a one-off, if I didn't already have 7 other games at the disposal to tell you that they've blown a double-digit lead in the second half in Big Ten play, then we could sort of let it rest. But Nebraska has been a precarious team with a double-digit lead in the second half under Fred Hoiberg. Like, that's going to be a narrative into itself as we sort of go forward too. So they've just got to get better at closing out games. But I don't think their season's sunk by any means. I know that's not really what you were asking, but I think they'll bounce back fine from this.
That's what I wanted to ask you is, what do you think happens now this weekend versus Purdue? Obviously, this is the one place that Nebraska in the, before the West Coast schools came into the league, this is the only place that they have not won at. They have never won on the road at Purdue, but they've had success against them at a variety of times in Lincoln, including last year. This is not the Purdue, though, of the last few years, obviously, with Edey no longer with the program. So how do you think they not only bounce back, but in particular bounce back this weekend?
The tough thing is, and why Iowa always stands out, is it's such a different matchup. I mean, you're not playing a team that you're going to face a lot of that style, night in and night out in the Big Ten. And so, with Purdue, you're going to go back to more of sort of what you've seen before when we're talking either a Michigan State or even UCLA to a degree, though Purdue's a much more dangerous offensive team than UCLA was when they played in Lincoln. So it's going to be another tough game. Like, you're going to have to battle for rebounds. You're going to have to be able to handle the physicality of it. And I think they're going to have to sort of be able to prove that. And Mackey's a really tough place to play. I mean, I had the opportunity to ask Fred Hoiberg this once, and he considers Mackey the best Big Ten venue there is. And so for him, I mean, I know it'd mean a lot to get that first win in there, but I think they also know what a challenge they have in front of them to go into that place and win. Like, that is a tough environment.
Well, we got the news earlier today that Elijah Pritchett, the former 5-star offensive tackle who has been a former starter at Alabama, has committed to Nebraska. We talked a little bit about him yesterday. Got a question asked before you came on, Shafe, about him and just how good of a player he might be. I'm curious in your thoughts. You can look at this on the surface and say, oh, he's a former 5-star and he played at Alabama. He must be really good. But then you might hear from some of the folks down there at Alabama or look at his numbers on Pro Football Focus and go, ooh, did we get an Alabama reject? I'm curious what you see from him and whether or not, this is something that can work for Nebraska.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got a tackle option out of the portal that has a lot of growth to do, both on and off the field. This is not a slam dunk. Like, this isn't a guaranteed it's going to just go perfectly well. This isn't Ben Scott. It's not even really Micah Mazuka, if we're honest, in terms of what the expectation is of how they played on the football field. I mean, Elijah Pritchett's got to do a lot of growing as a football player. He's got to get a lot better in terms of pass protection. He wasn't great in terms of run blocking. The best thing about him is that he's gone through the ringer of being a starter in the SEC. He's got a ton of experience. He comes in and can play left or right tackle. Nebraska got an experienced offensive lineman out of the transfer portal. There's a lot of cool context about his potential and the fact that he played at Alabama, but that doesn't mean anything to anybody when he's got to line up and stop a pass rusher. So there's a lot of work to be done here. I think it's good that Nebraska got someone that can help on the offensive line, but I would stop far short of calling this a huge sort of transfer portal victory for Nebraska, because I think a lot has to play out with it. But the important thing is he has a multi-years of eligibility. It's a guy that you're going to have an opportunity to work with this spring. He's going to have, more confidence. You would anticipate having already gone through this and having played, and he's gone against good programs. So that's the thing.
Right.
So I don't want to diminish it. I don't want to minimize it, but I also don't want to amplify it, because I don't know that Cade Pritchett is just going to step right in and be fantastic as a tackle. I don't think anybody does. But what he is an option, and he's got veteran experience that you can now, it's one season worth of experience. And I think it's worth pointing out, it wasn't the starter coming into 2024. I mean, this is a guy that kind of worked his way into being in the lineup and then started from week 3 through the rest of the season. And it was a struggle. So I would just caution people, don't just assume that Nebraska's right tackle situation just got magically better because it's not Bryce Benhart out there anymore. Pro Football Focus would tell you there's a pretty big gap between those two players. That being said, there's a lot of potential. You'd like to see, what Dana Holgerson and Donovan Raiola can do to help somebody out in this magnitude. Can you chip? Can you do different things? Is it a different offensive play style that can unlock some stuff with them? So I think there's reasons to be optimistic, but I just wouldn't go head over heels yet at this point in time.
Shea, 15 transfers now incoming. How would you grade what Nebraska has done and how they have done it, filling the needs they've had?
Yeah, I mean, you go by the positions, and they've got themselves a quarterback option beyond Dylan Raiola. They went out and they have 3 wide receivers, including a young one that could develop over time, and then a guy in Dane Key that you're expecting to just sort of step into the role of being the veteran wide receiver, and another in Isaiah Hunter, who's got a lot of upside and has multiple years of eligibility. They have now an offensive lineman. They went out and had Williams Winery right away, and they brought in Marquez Watson Trent. I have to really slow that down, or I'm going to say it wrong every time. They've Deshaun McCullough. They've done a nice job aggressively attacking things. They have specialists coming in. You have a long snapper. You've got a punter. Andrew Marshall, I think, is going to help in your cornerback room and as a return man. Amir Khan is a guy that is coming in from the FCS like Marshall that provides depth for you in the defensive backfield. You have a couple of defensive linemen that are going to be involved, as depth pieces. I think they've done a nice job addressing a bunch of things, and they're not done yet. I mean, there's still more out. They could end up with another offensive lineman. They could end up with more help in the defensive backfield. Like, they're not done at this point, but I think they've done a really nice job attacking what their needs are. and also doing it where you're getting some guys for the long term and you're getting some guys that can just help you right away next year that won't block players that you're excited about that could help you in future seasons. So I would say overall, without knowing what the results of it are going to be, just on this side of it, the procurement process has gone very well for Nebraska.
Can I get a promise from you that another Viking kicker will do something bad in the playoffs to help your team lose on Monday?
No, you can offer me a promise to say, hey, I feel kind of bad about that 2016 World Series. Maybe it's time that one of your teams gets to win in the postseason when playing my team.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, now I would say this, if you were only older, because the Vikings and the Rams have a very long, rich playoff history. It's the second most played matchup that the Rams have, only behind the Rams and the Cowboys.
Really?
The only one I remember is Kurt Warner and company lighting up a Jeff George-led Vikings team with one of the worst defenses in the NFL in 2002, maybe.
No, that was the 99 season.
I was going to say
that was Warner versus George. And we ended up like 49-37. It was just
good. I mean, it was high scoring.
It was a ridiculous.
Minnesota
game.
never really had a chance in that.
Now the funny thing is now both teams play indoors, so you don't have these anymore. But one of my very, very, very earliest playoff memories was the Rams hosting the Vikings in what is known as the Mud Bowl, and it's out there. It's on YouTube. But for years, the Rams always had to go to Minneapolis to play in a playoff game. And, of course, it was always 10 degrees, and the Rams would always lose. And they were like, oh, boy, we finally get the Vikings in Los Angeles. And what does it do? Torrential rains. It's a mud bowl. Vikings win 14-7.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look, I'll take a 14-7 win if you're offering one.
I'm not offering anything. But I will say this, win or lose, I always back another team if my team doesn't go far.
This is the one?
I mean, I've been high on the Vikings. I've always
given a middle finger to those plucky Lions.
Well, after hearing what some of the Lions fans were doing to some of the Minnesota fans in Detroit, I'm not so sure about,
Is that a tease?
It's a tease.
Wonder on that though, like not saying that it didn't happen, but doesn't that sort of probably happen everywhere? Like, aren't there going to be Minnesota fans that harass the visiting fans? Like, I saw that story and I was like, I'm not gonna read this. I'm not gonna put any thought into this. I look, Detroit deserves whatever they have coming their way if they're able to finish this off. They're a very good football team. I give them all the credit for that.
Wow, you've gone soft.
You are a changed man after what happened on Sunday. My God,
no, Shake. I mean, you have to acknowledge, like, they showed up shorthanded and they took it to Minnesota. Like, they were the aggressor in every aspect of that game. Minnesota blinked, and I really do hope there's an opportunity for Minnesota to prove that they're not, willing to just let the Lions go right over them. But they did. They did it on Sunday night, and I have to acknowledge that. Doesn't mean that I want the Lions to win. Doesn't mean that if Minnesota wins and the Commanders win or whatever it is, that I wouldn't be rooting for the Commanders in Detroit if that were to be the matchup or whatever it is. I'd be happy not to play them and the Vikings find their way to a Super Bowl. But the road goes through Detroit, so you got to acknowledge that. And look, it'll make it even sweeter if it does happen.
Yes, it will, because it'll count more than the 2 losses.
That's
true.
the
one best way to overcome. Hey,
you're only going to win one.
That's right. This is the one to choose. That's what happened with the Rams and the 49ers. We picked the right one to win.
That's true.
The last one. So, well, Shafe, good luck. Like I said, even if we lose, I'll be rooting for you. But trust me, I'll be screaming my head off and calling Sam Darnold every name in the book during the game because, well, that's usually – talk about Jekyll and Hyde. I turn into Hyde during games.
Oh, we know.
My wife knows this well.
South Lincoln is just going to be terrorized by the screams from the east and the you're more towards the west side, I believe.
Right? I'm central-ish. Yeah. It'll we maybe our hot air will create this vortex and it'll be a giant tornado over Southeast Lincoln.
You know who's most mad right now is my wife, because Hudson will be in bed and I will be forced to watch a playoff game and then be, reminded repeatedly that our son is sleeping. As is what came up on Sunday. And she's like, I almost went downstairs and slapped you because I think I had yelled a little bit too loud about TJ Hawkinson's alligator arming that. It was a high pass. He got scared.
I saw that too. I thought he
knows
alligator
he
armed
got
that.
scared.
Shafe, I will offer you my home. If you want to come over and watch a playoff game
No.
at my apartment, feel
You
free.
think I want to be anywhere in the world where there's other people while watching this?
I know. I wish I could watch this.
I
With
need
you.
like my own bunker that's out in nowhere but has electricity that I can just be and yell and be a
The
raving
playoff
lunatic.
bunker. Shafe, idea. The playoff bunker.
That's a hell of an Airbnb. I should look into that.
There you go.
Listen, the Wang Nachos
The
that we did,
sports bunker.
that's a regular season game. I don't like watching playoff games with my team and other
I
people.
would-
My son will be there, but we understand each other. But that's
People
it.
always ask if the Vikings made the Super Bowl, would you go to a Super Bowl party? It's like
Hell no.
not a chance.
Take it
no.
from someone who unfortunately had to host one when
Oh
their
my
team was
gosh, that is
I was so
insane.
pissed off. Oh,
I didn't know you could say that on air. I thought that was one of those words that you weren't supposed to
Piss?
say.
I was pissed off, and I felt like grabbing a dildo and hitting it over Nick's head.
Wow.
There you oh, look at him. He's hitting the button.
Nick does not like the
Jeez.
word dildo.
Poor Nick Grimm.
Yep. Poor
Having
Nick
to
Grimm.
clean
Speaking
up.
of dildos, the Broncos are at the Bills this week. They'll have any of those.
Oh, he turned off your microphone, John.
Stop being a baby, Nick. Just because your team didn't make the playoffs.
Is that what this is about? Bye, Shafe.
See you guys.
There he is, Mike Shea for everyone.
Hey, it's Nick. He's back.
Hello.
Hi, Nick.
I'm just doing my job. You're
That's
making fun of
we're
me for
allowed
doing
to
my
say
job.
that word.
Do you know for
Yes.
sure?
Yes.
100%
Yes.
confident
Yes.
accuracy. We can
Are
say
you
that.
kidding me?
Why wouldn't we be
Nick
able to?
Saban uses the S word like 3 times every day on ESPN.
Why can't we
now.
say that word?
The FCC is weird and they have weird rules.
It's not a word that you can't say.
Yeah, that's not one of the 7 dirty words.
I don't know how much we have to keep telling you. We're allowed to say it. We've been in. How long have we been in this business combined?
You used to say things
time.
when you started that were okay that you can't say anymore.
You can say dildo.
Yes.
If we can say that, why you never get freaked out when we say douchebag?
You rarely say it, and I get a little freaked out when you say it.
Well, I just said it again.
Well, stop being a douchebag about dildo.
That was a really funny line when you just surprised Schaefer with that, though. Oh, good stuff.
All right, when we come back, Mick Cronin went nuts. The Nebraska ball game last night. Bill Conley of ESPN will join us.
Wow, we have so many things.
We do. We have so many things coming up. And right now, if you are wanting to help your favorite team, so often your favorite team rewards you with great plays. Now, this is your chance to reciprocate and reward your team for playing well by partnering with On the Line. On the Line allows you to gamify your giving. Everything is about NIL. Nebraska just picked up an offensive tackle. They would not have been able to do that without the donations from NIL. And with On the Line, a local Omaha-based company with great people behind it, have partnered with Nebraska, Creighton, and Omaha. And it allows you, even us little people who don't have the tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars to donate, to attach a dollar figure to any measurable metric. A lot of people use wins, or maybe it's made 3-point field goals or just field goals in general, whatever the measurable metric is. And for every time that metric hits, you make a donation at your comfortable donation level towards your school's favorite NIL fund. It works so simply, and the money goes straight there, and it can help recruit and retain the best athletes. This is the way of college athletics today. This is how players are coming to your favorite school. So whether it's Omaha, whether it's Creighton, whether it's Nebraska, go to athleticsontheline.com and find out more. That's athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving with On the Line. Want to hear a joke?
Yeah.
What do you call a pickled deer?
What?
A dildo. A dildo. Nick, did you know where I was going with that?
Yes, John. Where else would you go with it? You think I don't know you after all these years?
It's kind of, you got to admit, it's pretty funny.
That was funny. I laughed.
It's my job to try to make sure we stay on the air. That's all.
It's our
my job
It's
to make sure we don't
job.
get in trouble.
We self-edit ourselves.
That's not your job.
Yes, that is. That's a producer's job.
To make sure John and I don't get in trouble?
Yes.
What's going to happen if we get in trouble? It doesn't affect you.
Well, then I don't have a job.
Yeah, they'll bring in some Yahoo. Maybe Kevin and Michael will be back together.
They certainly never said anything problematic.
Words like this.
The show was better with Kevin and Michael.
It was better. You know why? Because their
was.
producer let them say dildo.
Good point.
Thank you, Scoop.
The producer also killed celebrities.
Yeah, it was a different
That
time.
is true.
It was a
They
better
did
time.
Let them
Nick, time for you to kill somebody.
kill some celebrities.
No, keep saying that word, John. You might be it.
Nice.
I'm no celebrity.
Yeah, that's true. You're just a
Z-list.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we mentioned a little bit with Shafe, but it's funny because last night Nebraska held Iowa to its second lowest first half point total of the season. The other one was Washington State, a team they lost to.
Mm-hmm.
And everything was going just swimmingly until the second half began. And I mean, for Peyton Sandfort to go off for 30 points in the second half, just absolutely insane. But that's, when you play a team like this that is so 3-point predicated and certainly offensive minded, we talked about it yesterday, the great debates of, hey, you put strength versus strength, who's going to come out on top when one team it's defensive strength, the other team it's offensive strength. And well, we saw both sides of that coin play out. And the problem was that, as you pointed out earlier, if you make your free throws, that's how you protect a 15-point lead despite the barrage of made buckets. Because you did get sent to the foul line, what was it, 22 times, and you made 12?
Not great.
Not
great at all.
Those are points in a game that goes into overtime. One more made free throw, theoretically, is the difference.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of, hand-wringing about the officiating last night.
Well, I thought Shafe hit on it. It was everything.
Sure.
It was, the officiating was horrible. I mean, that missed double dribble was, flabbergasting to see how that doesn't get called. And then there were the obvious, the usual stuff, right? The usual, oh, that's a hard foul. That should be, they called it a jump ball. Interesting. There were a few of those. But Nebraska also, participated in the loss by the free throws, by missing a ton of layups, all of the opportunities that they had down low. And, what do coaches say? Don't let officiating decide the game.
Right.
And because Nebraska in so many ways struggled at doing those things, at finishing down low, at making free throws, officiating then ended up being the magnifying glass, or the thing that we put under the magnifying glass of wow, look at that. They screwed Nebraska, and not to both sides this, but it really was both. It was Nebraska's own mistakes, allowing Iowa to get back into it, to which then the officiating mishaps. And there were many of them. Again, they get the ball back down by a point if that double dribble is called. But Shafe also brought it up. What led to that? It was a turnover. A turnover by Nebraska led to it. And I think the double dribble happened just because he was, he was obviously nervous and frazzled as he's dribbling the ball down the floor. And he
was in the process of trying to call a timeout too. And then it all got, but here's a couple of things that stand out for all the hand-wringing about officiating. Typically on the road, you don't shoot more free throws than your opponent. It's just kind of the nature of basketball for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Both teams essentially were identical. Iowa shot 25 free throws. Nebraska shot 22. And oh, by the way, most of Iowa's 25 free throws, 16 were in the overtime.
Yikes.
So prior to that, Iowa had only shot 9 free throws the entire game. Nebraska of their 22 free throws, 16 happened in regulation, and they only made 9. So that's one thing that stands out. The other thing that stands out is Nebraska had 14 offensive rebounds. Gary had 8 by himself, which is more than Iowa had as a team.
And what was Gary's field goal numbers? What was field goal numbers?
Well, I'll get to that in a second, but let me finish the point on rebounds. So Nebraska was +8 on the offensive glass. Do you know what the second chance points ended up being?
Not very good.
12-11. Nebraska won by 1.
And that was because
Iowa took its 6 and made 11 points. Nebraska took its 14 and only made 12. So that stands out. But to go into the Juwan Gary point,
what was his
5 for 21.
See, and a lot of those were getting the rebound, not gathering himself. At one point, who was on the call last night? Was it Robbie Hummel? It was Robbie Hummel.
Yeah.
He brought up, he is shooting, hoping to get fouled rather than gathering and going back up. And it was a lot of those, man, watching basketball, sometimes I get so frustrated by the grabbing the rebound and shooting it while you're still in the air, unless you have an easy attempt, I think that you should come down and then go back up. Yeah. And I just thought he often felt rushed in those moments, which led to, there was one possession, I think he had 2 or 3 offensive rebounds and never was able to score. And it was yikes, so you get all those second chance opportunities and you don't take advantage of them. And sure, there were missed fouls in there too. But that was those are the things that jump out to me. The missed shots, the missed free throws, and you allow them to go on this run. Up 15 points in the second half, up double digits late in the second, halfway through the second half.
Up 15 with that defense.
Yeah, you should feel great.
You should feel like the game is in your hands.
The funny thing too, man, is looking at Bart yesterday versus looking at Bart today. Same now number of conference wins as it was a day ago. 21-10 still. Or that's overall. 11-9 in conference. Same numbers yesterday. But the worst part then is you feel like you gave one away that could matter come March. And let's see what happens now on the road at Purdue in 4 days when they travel there on Sunday. Thankfully for Nebraska, this is not the Purdue that we have seen recently. They are in Nebraska, that is, in the midst of this really, really tough stretch. And so the frustrating part is, oh man, that was a game that they feel like they should have had. Not so much the Michigan State loss a month ago. They got bludgeoned in that one. Yesterday, though, the longer this season goes on, I think this is a good team. I think they're a tournament team. But you just don't want that game to matter, in a month and a half, 2 months.
Oh, by the way, Purdue is like Iowa. As we talk, about they're finally, Zach Edey's finally gone. But this is a Purdue team that shoots the 3 better than Iowa does. Braden Smith is hitting 43% of his shots, and Fletcher Lawyer he shot 63s. He's made 29. He's basically 50% from deep.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And so the good news is you're kind of facing a team that's similar to Iowa in some respects, though they're not as 3-point predicated. Purdue only takes 40% of its shots from 3, which is basically middle of the country. Iowa's a lot closer to 50%.
Mm-hmm.
But when they do shoot them, they shoot them at a very, very high rate.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the good news is there's some similarities. The bad news is there are some similarities, and we saw what happened to Nebraska last night.
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, when just looking at that box score, there's those things stand out. When you get that many offensive rebounds and basically can't cash those in, that's a bad sign. And then, the free throw disparity. Nebraska actually shot more free throws in regulation, and all they needed to do was make one more, theoretically, and they would have won the game.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't have had to come down to a missed double dribble violation or any of the other calls that had people frustrated.
Yeah,
so,
and this is the other thing, too, that we have not mentioned, and Sean points it out in the text line. And Nebraska was up 8 late in the first half, had 4 possessions with 0 points. Iowa went on a 5-0 run to end the half. Big swing there. It definitely was. So Nebraska still was able, at the end of the half into the second half, they were up 34-31, if I remember right, and they still are able to get back up by 15. But being up late in the first half, and even a 5-0 run, it's not that many, but certainly points that you wanted to have in the second half in your back pocket. and they allow that to happen. It's funny because I want to say they gave Iowa some momentum. Iowa did nothing with it to start the second half. So it's not like, suddenly they were going on this crazy run, but not getting any buckets late in the first half, allowing the game to get that close, even though they were able to get out in front by even more points. Frustrating because, in the end, they blow it. They go to overtime. And talk about a squandered awesome shot to end regulation to even force the overtime to begin with. It's now a shot that's just going to kind of get lost because, they ended up losing by a handful of points in OT.
Yeah. So that'll be
Sunday at 11 a.m. So it'll bleed into the Bills-Broncos game. So the Nebraska-Denver fans out there, allegiances might be a little split on Sunday early afternoon because the game could still be good for the Broncos an hour in. Could be.
Or the Broncos could be up by 30.
In the first hour of the game?
Oh, sure, it's possible.
Are they playing...
you seen Buffalo's defense?
Are they playing like a new version of the Bills where it's like little children?
A new version. One where the defense is even worse.
Remember that one time that the Bills game was going on and something was thrown onto the field?
I do.
What was that?
It was some kind of an object. Some kind of an object.
Star Wars Fiend says that Nick is prude. This is a new insult.
A prude?
Nick, is this true?
Well, they have crossed the 1 year anniversary now, so
he also says he picture me as the guy at the grocery store who finds a tissue in the cart and it's like, ew, dirty tissue, gross. Who wouldn't?
But do you say ew?
No, I'm like, oh, gross.
Yeah, that's what I would say too. I would grab a different
I think
cart.
Most people would not pick the dirty tissue.
Star Wars Fiend,
carts.
are you a fan of dirty tissues? That's pretty weird.
Did
man.
COVID teach people nothing? Wash your damn hands. Don't leave tissues in carts.
I don't want tissues.
Yeah, but don't the places
stores?
The stores?
Yes, that's where carts are.
Don't they usually make sure the carts are cleaned off before they put them back, or
maybe not?
Or are they being lazy? I don't know. I am not of shopping where I have to use a cart.
Yeah, we know your wife does it because she doesn't trust you.
The hardware store that I used to work at, we did that during COVID. We didn't do it before COVID.
That's awesome.
And now a lot of places just put out wipes, so you have to do it yourself.
Oh, wow. Putting the onus on the customer.
The hardware store is the last place where you should be wiping down the carts because everyone's coming in with grimy hands anyway because, they're in the middle of a project and it's like, I need some
those
more.
Are manly,
I need some more lag bolts.
I'm not. I don't even know what a lag bolt is.
A lot of those people are really entitled too.
Entitled?
Yeah, because we were put out. It's like, hey, you can't go in this door. This door is an exit only. And they're like, oh, but I used to go into that door all the time. You can't now.
Wow, interesting. Headley says I just sneeze directly on the cart handles. That's the way to go.
That is the way to go.
With your grimy hands. Mustache Adam says you need to have John say that deer pickle joke again and then have the Bianchi laugh right after it. Remember that laugh?
Yeah.
It's a very, very fun laugh.
It is a very fun laugh.
Speaking of someone who wasn't laughing.
Mick Cronin?
That's the one.
Yeah. Of course, Mick said some things that triggered Husker fans on Saturday because they didn't, give the fans credit for the win, apparently.
Yeah.
But today, actually last night, he took on another group of humans, his own.
What?
His own players. So UCLA got blown out at home.
Yikes.
At home.
Nebraska, they beat them twice.
By Michigan.
They let that loss beat them twice.
94-75. And after the game, here was Mick Cronin talking about his Bruins.
But we don't play. We're soft. So don't tell me you want to win. Just don't tell me you want to win. So don't tell me you want to win. It's crazy, and it's every day. I'm tired of it. It's every day. I have the most energy of anybody at practice every day. I'm upset with everybody in that locker room, my assistant coaches and my players. I don't need to do anything else. I almost got 500 wins. I'm only 53. It's a joke. It's a joke. But yet I come in and I have more passion and energy and pride than everybody in. That's the problem. So what the truth of it is, Ben, it's really hard to coach people that are delusional. The hungry dog gets the bone. We got guys that think they're way better than they are. They're nice kids. They're completely delusional about who they are.
Wow.
Damn. Boom, roasted.
Wow. I mean, he went in a lot of different directions.
He also said the same things in a variety of different ways.
He did, but it's the language that he used, and he wasn't just talking about the players. He says, I got more energy than my assistant coaches, anybody in that locker room. So he called out everybody.
Yeah.
And then he went to the Mike Gundy card.
Mm-hmm.
He just wasn't as demonstrative about it. Instead of saying, I'm a man, I'm 40, he went, I got 500 wins, I'm 53.
Mm-hmm.
But then to call his players delusional.
That's quite the line.
We have people that are in that locker room that are delusional.
Little mic drop at the end.
They think they're better than they are.
Yikes.
Oh, my goodness.
Man, if that's true about the energy thing, I mean, he's old. You know that. You don't have any energy these days.
Same age as I am.
Yeah. Do you ever have energy?
Not like a 22-year-old.
Yeah, definitely not.
Not like a 22-year-old, that's for sure.
Not great, man. Not great.
But that is...
And how does this show itself, John, given that they are now in a new league?
Yeah.
Where they're going to be flying all over the country, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, playing teams that, play a different brand of basketball than, what they play out on the West Coast. I mean, John emails in, Equitable Bank inbox. Of course you say soft. They're a West Coast team. How did he not know this when he took the job? It's funny, going all the way back to when he first got it. It was a perplexing move, and I know a lot of people had that criticism of like, really? Mick Cronin, UCLA? That doesn't seem like the fit coming from Cincinnati. Many were saying.
Listen, I get it. People like to use the whole Pac-12 soft thing, but I mean, that's the reason why they went out and got Mick Cronin, because they wanted a tough-minded coach.
Yeah.
And then it hasn't, at least in these two games, it hasn't happened. Toughness shows itself on the road. He didn't think they were tough enough on the road. Then they come back, they're at home, and Michigan takes them behind the woodshed. I don't have a problem with him calling the guys out. It's wow, that is some really pointed language.
And again, what he said at the end.
Very curious to see how this group responds.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, this isn't some fly-by-night coach. This is a very accomplished coach. He said so himself. But, so when I hear a coach like this say things like this, I'm like, wow, that's pretty powerful. Because if this were a first or second year guy who, hasn't done it, maybe hasn't built up the cachet. And remember, you're dealing with a whole new generation of college athletes, guys that are getting paid now, And so
there did seem to be an undercurrent of certainly of the generation.
Could be.
You can't say certain words on the radio in front of some of these yahoos anymore.
You can't.
Yeah.
Sad.
Very sad. Very sad.
Maybe, but this will be a crossroads moment. Because you don't normally, we've heard coaches go off on their teams before.
Not do anything with
I've heard Matt go off on his teams before. Hoiberg's gone off on his teams before. But to be this open, this direct, and this blunt, they're soft.
Entitled. Wait, did he say entitled? No, delusional.
Delusional.
Delulu.
I got more energy than they do.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how they respond.
Yeah, we will.
We'll see how they respond. Coming up, Bill Connolly of ESPN.com.
Oh!
We're going to preview the college football playoff. There's a college football playoff game tomorrow.
Yeah, and Friday.
And
January 20th. And then it's over.
The
countdown to August begins.
Well, the countdown to college baseball.
No one ever would count down. Will Bolt's not even counting down. He's like, it'll be nice when football's back.
I bet he's getting his guys getting ready to
do the pitchers and catchers report to college baseball now? When do they start showing up?
Practice begins very soon.
Dude, is there anything worse than indoor baseball practice? Did you ever have to do that crap? Where
Not indoor.
You're going to like a gym, like a basketball gym in high school, and you're like using a bat. It sucks.
They give you wiffle balls to throw?
Nope. It's like I don't even remember. It's a lot of drills, if I remember right.
Oh.
I hated it.
Oh, it's like indoor football practice, just a lot of drills.
A lot of drills.
Stairs.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to run around.
Run 5 laps, but in full pads.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
All right, we'll have that and more next on 1620 The Zone. Tomorrow night, it's the bowl a la orange, followed by the bowl a la cotton. No. Cotton first. It's got to be your bowl.
No, it is the Orange Bowl first. Cotton Bowl's Ohio State, Texas. That's the Friday game.
That's right.
Yeah.
So it is the bowl a la orange.
You got it right. You got it right the first time. Trust your instinct.
I prefer just saying it's the college football playoff semifinal.
Me too. It is weird to think that the victors of these teams are just going to have all these random bowl trophies.
Yeah.
We got the Cotton Trophy. We got the Rose Bowl Trophy.
Exactly.
So many trophies.
What are we going to do? I mean, this is going to be great for contractors, people who build trophy cases.
That's true. They're getting bigger and bigger.
I mean, one team could literally have They could have the championship trophy, the trophy they won this week, the trophy they won last week.
Conference championship trophy? I guess none of them won one of those.
That's a lot. No, that's true.
Yeah.
Bill Conley, ESPN.com. That's what we didn't think about. They should have had the whole college football playoff sponsored by the Home Depot, because people are going to need the equipment to go out and build themselves trophy cases.
Yeah, that was one thing I was thinking about when, heading into the quarterfinal round, was just that we're not going to remember who won the Fiesta Bowl in the 2024 season. We just know that Penn State beat Boise State in the quarterfinals, and so to me, that's this has been my agenda all along. But if we have those games on home fields and actually have 13 through 20 playing in these major bowls, those teams might care about winning the Fiesta Bowl still, as opposed to just some game that's in Arizona. So yeah, something to keep in mind moving forward, I think.
Yeah,
and of course the trophy cases.
Yes, this bill reminds me when I was a youngster and I was studying up on my college football history, and I got so confused by the idea of teams playing in the Orange Bowl within the same year because it would be played on New Year's Eve. I was like, Nebraska didn't play in the 1996 Orange Bowl. Of course, that was in 1997, but it wasn't, because it was a New Year's Eve bowl game. It was very confusing for young me.
Well, never assume that college football is ever going to actually make sense. That's a really good place to start typically, and then you won't be surprised by anything, I guess.
That's a good point.
So, Bill, is Notre Dame taking us back to a time when running the ball meant more than passing it?
I mean, I don't think it was voluntary necessarily.
True.
They just know that they don't really have a choice right now. The passing game is there for 7-yard gains, and the 50-yard gains are going to come on the ground. So that is certainly unique. I don't think this is necessarily what they would have preferred, but it's what they've gotten. They're pretty good at running the ball. So, they've gotten this far at least.
Bill, looking at this matchup with Notre Dame and Penn State, you wrote in your preview today about the red zone numbers. And, I'm always trying to find kind of that thing, that could tell the story. And that if we check the box score afterwards, that could be, the key to who won. How high do you think that I don't even need to ask it that way, because you did literally rank them. But I guess I wonder how big of a story you do think that is going to tell on who goes to the national championship, given what these teams have or haven't done in the red zone.
Yeah, I mean, I always worry about over harping on the red zone a little bit, just because it's a pretty small sample exercise for the most part. And, just because you've been good doesn't mean you'll keep being good and all that. But I talked about Penn State's red zone success heading into the playoff. They're 4 for 4 scoring touchdowns in the red zone themselves, and their opponents have gone 1 for 8 scoring touchdowns in the red zone. So I feel like that one's pretty legitimate. Penn State has basically stolen a lot of points by scoring touchdowns and forcing field goals on the other side. And it's worked out really well for them in the postseason, especially. And you do figure with Notre Dame being pretty good at it as well, that is going to tell a pretty big tale, I think.
Bill Conley, ESPN.com, joining us as we preview tomorrow night's Orange Bowl and Friday night's Cotton Bowl for the college football playoff semifinals. The knock on Penn State's passing game is that it is so heavily reliant on Tyler Warren, which can be a good thing because he is a great tight end. But the Irish have one of the best secondaries in the country, and it's really anchored by those two great safeties, Watts and Schuler. Can Penn State effectively move the ball through the air if those safeties are able to neutralize Warren to some degree?
It is going to be interesting to see how they choose to defend Warren. You do have Watts, who's a good coverage guy. You've got a good slot corner as well. Do they mix things up? Do they just, find the one guy they think who matches up the best and kind of give him the most looks? It is going to be interesting, and they do have a good pass defense, dynamite pass defense, really, that, you do figure – the deep shots are going to be hard to come by. They've been pretty hard to come by for Penn State anyway. They're better at throwing aggressively than Notre Dame is, but they're still not great. Nor do they do it all that often. This really does feel like a pretty good rock fight. Who can stay efficient? Who can stay on schedule? Both of the teams are really, really good at it. But the random chunk plays, the random explosions, or I guess the random turnovers, like at Notre Dame, Georgia, are going to make a massive difference here.
Bill, coming into the playoff, I think a lot of people expected Penn State to be here, and the reason, of course, why was the path that they had in front of them. I'm curious, as you watch them, do you think that they have leveled up, or do you think that they are here in large part because they have taken advantage of the path that they were granted?
Well, they've exceeded projections in both games so far, especially against SMU, obviously. And you think back to, it's amazing how you can exceed projections when you have 2 pick sixes. That certainly doesn't hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have another one in the red zone as well. But I do think, with Penn State, the style they play, eliminating uncertainty, being very patient, finding your advantages and just leaning on them for 60 minutes until they add up for you. They're what, 33-1 now, I think, as a favorite since the start of the 21 season or 22 season, I guess. It's pretty wild. And, so my joke when the draw came out was, well, they'll be favored in the first 2 rounds. So yes, of course they're going to win those first 2 rounds. And they did. I do think they look good though. And are healthier. Obviously with Abdul Carter's injury and kind of, James Franklin said, I bet he'll play, but we don't know, but he probably will play, but we don't know. It seems like even if that's their only major injury, that's still tops Notre Dame. Notre Dame's just been, getting hit by injuries all year and they've survived. But this feels like a toss-up game to me, so maybe health actually makes a difference.
Which of the 2 coaches, and we're crossing over games now, but which of the 2 coaches who maybe came into these playoffs, James Franklin certainly more of a long-term reputation for not being able to win the game, Ryan Day with more of a short-term reputation for not being able to win the important games, which coach in this run has kind of rehabbed themselves the best so far?
Well, I think to answer that question, you think about what happens if either of them loses in the semis. And I think, with Franklin, there will be plenty of people who would still say, see, those other ones weren't the big one. This was the big one. So he still can't win the big one. But I think people, now that we've seen for sure what Ohio State's ceiling is these last 2 games, if they lose, it means they suffered an absolute letdown. And that's kind of unfair because, they've maybe played the 2 best games of the season by anybody the last 2 weeks or 2 games. And it's really hard to maintain that over a long period of time. But I do feel like now that we know exactly what they're capable of, it's only going to add up more. It's a very unfair job, Ohio State, and it's only going to add up more. If they lose and they look worse, that means they fell apart when it counted the most and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I think the answer is probably always Ohio State's head coach is going to face the biggest pressure and the biggest brunt, but I think it's true here too.
Well, Bill, sticking with that game then, which side of the ball do you think should Texas be more concerned about? Is it their offense and some of the woes that they have had this year versus that Ohio State defense, or is it just trying to shut down an offense that every time they do something good now, we're like, where was this in that Michigan game a few weeks ago?
Yeah, I mean, I think basically Texas' defense has been far more just consistently awesome than the offense has. And it's kind of weird because in these 2 playoff games, started out awesome, but they kind of faded in the second half both times. And so the offense kind of had to bail them out there at the end of the Arizona State game. I still think it's true, though, that the defense has been better and the offense, heading into the playoff, the offense was probably, I can't remember where they were in SP plus, but I know Ohio State's defense was already number 1, and it's given no reason to suggest it isn't the best defense in the country these first 2 games. So it's going to be hard for Texas. They've had these offensive lulls. We know that Steve Sarkisian is a great game planner, play caller. We know that he knows they're not going to be able to run the ball very well, and so he's going to have to really kind of pull out all the stops, and maybe that makes a difference. But it's really hard to score on Ohio State, and I think it's going to be, maybe the offense, maybe they can figure some things out there over this last week of scouting, but just the talent on that defense is ridiculous too, and they've been really, really good.
Bill Conley, ESPN.com, joining us here on Sportsmanlike Conduct. We saw Quinn Ewers in the same half essentially giveth and taketh away. I mean, it was his interception that kind of opened the door to Arizona State's comeback, but then it was the play he made on the 0 blitz or that, allowed Texas to essentially win the game. Can he afford to be in a giving mood at all if Texas is to keep up with the Buckeyes?
You don't think so? No, it's you can't waste possessions here, and you definitely can't hand them points or set them up for pretty easy points. It is going to be pretty high margin or low margin for error. I think it's so hard to evaluate Quinn Ewers because the first 2 plays of that game were perfect. His last 3 snaps, the 2 touchdowns and the 2-point conversion, were perfect. And in between, he did very little. That was particularly impressive, especially since he didn't have any sort of run game to lean on like he has in recent games. So, the fact that they've cut the turnovers down a little bit, I think 1 in each game, that's good because, I mean, they were it was 7 combined turnovers in the 2 losses to Georgia. Like, it was putting way too much pressure on the defense, and obviously that's not going to fly. But maybe what we saw was, they're not making as many crippling errors, but they're just kind of playing things safe a little bit. And like I said, I think Steve Sarkisian knows they can't play it safe here, and I'm really curious what a more aggressive kind of approach means. Whether that's plays Quinn Ewers' strengths, I'm not really sure.
Aggressive, but cautious. In other words, do you think they slow play this game just to try to, hey, let's bleed some clock. Let's take some time here. Let's keep Ohio State's offense off the field as long as possible.
Yeah, well, it's crazy how tempo has shifted in these last few years. I mean, only a few teams, Ole Miss and a few others, really find any sort of success or intent from tempo at this point. So I think, they're going to slow it down because they don't go fast. And it really has kind of cut possessions down in a lot of these games. But you're right. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of motion. We're going to see a lot of play action and misdirection, kind of the eye candy stuff that Steve Sarkisian's been so good at times. I think, you don't necessarily want a game that has 13, 14 possessions in it for each team. You're probably more content with 8 and taking your chances.
Hey, Bill, going back to tomorrow night's game, and this is kind of more of a narrative question than it is like a true, numbers or X's and O's question, but like, how important this game is for Penn State and Notre Dame, just given how folks within college football have viewed them for so long. I mean, both teams last won a national championship in the 80s. Depending on, I guess, how you view the 95 Rose Bowl for Penn State, they haven't played for a national championship since the 80s. Notre Dame played for one after the 2012 season, but a lot of people would say, yeah, but they really didn't when they showed up on the field that night versus Alabama. And the idea of, like, quote unquote, earning their way with 3 wins, to get to this spot. I guess I'm curious because their place in college football for someone who's my age, 36 and younger, they're kind of like old news. And yet this would now be a chance to kind of plant that flag and say that we are back as a program.
Yeah, I always think about what would be really fun to write about. And like a Penn State or Notre Dame title, either one would be pretty fantastic to write about. Not something I've done so far in my 15 years or so of being a full-time guy. But yeah, I mean, I think it kind of, both of these fan bases have kind of just settled into like rooting for a good team. They're rarely bad, but yeah, there's always somebody above them. And even this year, they're basically, I don't remember where they are currently, like 6th and 7th, I think, in my SP Plus ratings. So there's still a few teams better than them, but I do think unless Ohio State just comes out and crushes Texas and looks just as good as they did the last 2 games, it's certainly going to be one of these teams is going to head into the national title game with legitimate hopes of winning the national title. And you're right, that is a very new thing. I grew up in the 80s. I remember it was funny when I was putting together the preview in my head, these 2 teams have played like 60 times. They've only played 19, but 12 of them came in a row there in the 80s and early 90s. And so many of them were big games. Mm-hmm. Like most of the time, at least one of them was a national title contender. So it does kind of call back to childhood for a lot of college football writers, and it's going to be fun to speculate on that. I just, until we see Ohio State downgrade at all, then I don't really know if anybody can compete with them.
Looking at the Ohio State Texas game again, when you look at great battles, you've got maybe the best group of receivers in the country against arguably one of the best secondaries in the country in Texas. How intriguing is that matchup to you, knowing everything else seems to swing heavily in the favor of Ohio State? Can Texas do enough with this matchup alone, provided they win it, to win the game?
Right. I mean, that's, somebody has to win it, and I don't know if anybody can, but no, Texas is secondary with Bear, and Andrew Makuba, I think, has been the most underrated player in the country this year. He came in and he's not only a really good safety valve, he's a good ball hawk. He can cover really well in the slot when he's asked to do so. Obviously he made some run stops, I think, in the last game, and then also had the game-winning pick. So, I mean, this is a deep secondary. It's a talented one. This is kind of like the Warren versus Notre Dame thing. I'm kind of curious how they choose to defend Jeremiah Smith, whether it's just, hey, Barron goes wherever he goes, where they try to keep things on each cornerback on one side of the ball. How do they defend Agbuka out of the slot? They have some questions. They really might have some answers, but it is going to be interesting to see how they go about trying to defend that, because Ohio State kind of found a cheat code here. One of the things I wrote about in that preview is they moved to 12 personnel almost half the time in the playoff, as opposed to, like, I don't know, in the teens, I think, in the regular season. And it's been a cheat. They have an extra run blocker now with an extra tight end. They're more likely, it seems like, now to get single coverage for Jeremiah Smith because the safeties are have a little more to account for. And it's just worked out brilliantly for them. And there's film now. Texas isn't going to be surprised by that, but I'm really curious how they choose to go about things.
Bill Conley, you can read his preview right now on ESPN.com just ahead of tomorrow night's Orange Bowl and, of course, the Cotton Bowl on Friday. Then we wait another 10-ish days until the national championship game on January the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, thanks. Enjoy the games, and we appreciate the conversation.
Absolutely.
Bill Conley of ESPN.com. We asked you on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page a poll question. Yesterday, we asked you about who you want to win the games, and the vote was overwhelmingly in favor of seeing Ohio State in the championship game, with it being split between whether they play Notre Dame or Penn State. So no one still around here loves Texas.
Mm-hmm.
But it was 49% you want to see Penn State, Ohio State, 39% saying you want to see Notre Dame, Ohio State, and then in the single digits for either of the possible Texas matchups. Today we asked you,
what will it be?
What will you predict the final matchup will be? And it's basically swung the same way. No one wants to pick poor Texas. 58% say Irish versus Buckeyes.
That's where I'm at.
31% say Nittany Lions versus Buckeyes. 8% say Notre Dame, Texas. And less than 3% say Penn State, Texas.
I think that'd be my order too. My order of operations as well.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the Buckeyes will win.
Yeah, the Ohio State options are certainly the ones that I would lean with. And then I think Notre Dame's going to beat Penn State. So yeah, I think that'd be my order as well.
Just thinking, obviously, Penn State, Ohio State, they've been conference rivals, so we've seen that matchup quite a few times. Notre Dame, Ohio State.
We saw it recently.
Remember
we saw the Where's Lou Holtz game. That was in South Bend.
Yep, there's
and the year
one.
before they played in Columbus
Correct.
in week
so
1.
We've seen that.
We've seen in my lifetime that it was more of a bowl matchup for a while. They played back after the 2005 season, I think. There was the linebacker for Notre Dame who got hurt in that game. I think he tore his ACL. That happened, a decade ago-ish. So they've played, but that would be – they've never played for a national championship.
Notre Dame, Texas has quite the postseason history. Of course, the famous the Cotton Bowl in 1971.
Nebraska, right?
Won by Notre Dame to knock out then undefeated Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they played some Cotton Bowls, other Cotton Bowls.
Regular season, the Texas is back folks game, that was against Notre Dame.
That's right.
And that was a bad Notre Dame team. That team ended up going 4-8. So
Penn State and Texas don't have much of a history, right?
Man, let's see. I don't even remember any games between them.
I don't either.
They have played 2 times, 1972 and 1984.
Wow.
No, wait, five times. 5 times, excuse me.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Okay, so they last played. So it looks like they played a long time ago. Let's see. I'm trying to find this. The graphic is weird. Oh, there it is. Okay. So they played to let's see. Penn State won 30-6 back in 72. They played in 1984. Texas won 28-3. They played in 89. Penn State won 16-12. They played the next year, so that was a home and home. Texas won 17-13. And the last time they played was it looks like this is the 1997 Fiesta Bowl, won by Penn State 38-50. Oh, so that would have been the Texas team that won the conference championship. So they must have gone to the Fiesta Bowl after they beat Nebraska in the Big 12 championship game. Because they got smoked.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, I don't.
Yeah, they don't have much of a history.
They don't have much of a history. Who else have we not talked about? I mean,
those are all the we've hit all the matchups.
All the matchups. Yeah. Big time opportunities, man. Big time opportunities.
Am I speaking blasphemy if I say I kind of want to see Notre Dame, Texas?
That's what I want to see. That was my vote. Though I do think, if I'm being honest, I think Notre Dame, Ohio State is probably the more interesting game. But that's mainly because I don't think Texas is I just don't think they're as good. Because they don't have a very good offense. So Notre Dame's offense is struggling right now too. So, wow, Chris in Montana. I want Notre Dame, Ohio State, but I think it's going to be Penn State, Ohio State. That would be if that happened in year one, where we got not only a rematch but a conference rematch. Because like we have rematches in the NFL playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
We are unable to have NFC versus NFC or AFC versus AFC because that's not how the playoffs work. So I wonder how that would land. And would people?
Well, we had SEC versus SEC for the national championship.
I don't know. Yeah, duh. It's just this would be different because we never.
And this
had
was
Big Ten,
different.
Big
And this
Ten.
is different because this, the teams got their way there. Though I wonder how it would be received because not that there's an easy path, but Penn State got an advantageous path.
Very, very. They had the better
they got
path
SMU
than Oregon
at
did.
home. Then they got to play Boise. And not saying Notre Dame's going to be a
Yeah, they're not playing
cakewalk.
chopped liver now, but they got a couple of great ones. If you're Oregon, you're like, what the hell? We had to play Ohio State in our first game. Yeah.
Oregon goes undefeated. Only team in the country goes undefeated, and they're one and done, and they played the hottest team in the playoff.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least the most talented.
Yeah.
And a team that,
Yeah, that's why I asked that question
they'd
about
already had to play, and so they also had the motivation of, we owe these guys for what happened in October.
Yeah, that's why I asked that question of like how has he seen Penn State? Because I think that they have leveled up. I think they're playing really good football right now. But it'd be ridiculous to not acknowledge that they have had a very advantageous path. They've had the path that everyone would have wanted.
Mm-hmm.
More so even than Texas, who got a home game versus Clemson and then had Arizona State. Now, part of that is Texas just didn't perform very well. But I would have much rather had the Penn State path to a semifinal.
Well, coming up, we still have the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis, but we have Fired Up for Football.
Oh, baby.
In case you're not aware of what's happening this week.
We'll let you know. There are football games on TV.
But also in between, why are the viewership numbers for the bowl games, the non-playoff bowl games, so high?
Interesting.
Jack Mitchell will say, because they're the most important games on the schedule. Everyone loves them.
Got him.
And wants to hug them and squeeze them and kiss them and never let them go.
Got him.
1620 The Zone.
The year of our Lord 2024. A year that promises great change and great conflict. The accusations are already streaking across the rhetorical skies. The citizens are restless. It is a time of civil war. In college football, a new 12-team playoff marks a new chapter. An entire league has crumbled, and in its wake comes 4 mega conferences seeking to restore order to their championship games. How will ties be broken? Draw cards, a vote, a coin flip, an arm wrestling match? The National Football League brings its own unique drama to this action-packed card. The Chiefs go for an unprecedented three-peat. A new kickoff will restore action to special teams. And Aaron Rodgers will attempt to set a personal Jets record of 6 plays in a single season. Friends of the program, lend us your ears as Unsportsmanlike Conduct and Warhorse Sportsbook proudly present Fired Up for Football 2024.
The riffraff is gone. Every game that is going to appear in this segment is a meaningful, important game.
Every football game is meaningful.
Every game here is important. It's meaningful. It's impactful.
It's football.
There's people not just randomly quitting or deciding, I'll play one half to set a record and then I'll sit out the next half when my team needs me most.
Pressing the mute button for no reason.
Pressing the mute button.
Yeah, or a delay button.
Oh, that kind of.
There's none of that happening.
None of that kind of happening. No way.
And as commenter, Star Wars Fiend writes, and John still hates them all. You hate football. Everybody knows it. Everybody's saying it.
We're going to find out just how idiotic that comment is in just a moment.
Okay.
Of course, tomorrow night, 6:30 on ESPN.
Nice.
It's Notre Dame and Penn State. I mean, imagine if you had a tournament and none of the top 4 seeds.
I know, it's so stupid.
None of the top 4 seeds made it. It's all the lower seeded teams, but yet you look at it and you go, yeah, those are probably the teams that should have made it.
Yeah, so in all reality,
except maybe Oregon, but they had to play Ohio State.
So in all reality, these are teams that are ranked 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Those were the rankings, but the seedings, which is also stupid.
Yeah, it is.
They're
it's
going
all
to fix
silly.
it. They're going to fix it.
And then it'll be that's not snow falling in Dallas. It's cotton.
Cocaine? Oh.
It's cotton.
Are we allowed to still say cocaine, Nick?
Yeah, you can say cocaine.
Awesome.
Why is cotton falling, John?
Because it's the Cotton Bowl.
Jinx.
Right, but what led to the cotton? Did the cotton factory explode?
Jeez.
I'm asking, why else would cotton be falling from the sky?
Why
It
are
doesn't
you-
do that. That's not a weather phenomenon.
You are so dark.
The Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic,
I don't
Ohio
like that.
State
Oh, that
and
the
Texas.
blimp was full of cotton in the blimp.
I don't like either of these sponsors. They don't fit. It should be the FedEx Orange Bowl like the good Lord intended.
What about the Sunkissed Orange Bowl?
Sure, that works too, but I like the FedEx
Sunkist used to be the sponsor of the Fiesta Bowl, which made no damn sense. Should have been the sponsor of the Orange Bowl because Sunkist makes orange drink.
What was it
They
when
use oranges?
What was it when Nebraska played in the Cotton Bowl? It was the Cotton Bowl Classic. The AT&T Cotton Bowl. Yeah, make it the AT&T Cotton Bowl
What
Classic.
does telephones have to do with cotton?
Nostalgia.
It should be the.
Also, these logos suck.
Soft whatever. I mean, clothes are made out of cotton. Just any clothing.
I do love clothes, but I also like
should
taking
be
them
the
off, if you know what I mean.
big clothes company Cotton Bowl. But that'll also be 6:30 on Friday night on ESPN.
Nice. And then we'll go to Saturday.
Speaking of meaningful games, look at that. The NFL playoffs. Saturday afternoon, Chargers and Texans. By the way, all of these games will be available here on The Zone, correct? And the families of The Zone?
The families.
From Westwood One.
From sea to shining sea.
Pretty sure we're going to Chargers-Texans after our Creighton postgame coverage is done.
A lot of them will be.
A lot
I
of
don't
them
know
will
which
be.
one specifically.
Yes. A lot of these will be on the Zone family of networks in case you can't catch it on the tube. But CBS gets Chargers and Texans. Bully for them.
Nice.
I almost said Alan Chris. Alan Kirk.
Yeah.
It's the first ever Prime Video only playoff game.
Can't wait to see
Steelers and Ravens.
what Kirk whines about on this broadcast. He's so whiny.
He didn't whine about things on the NFL broadcast.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't like college football anymore. Get him off. You were on the early Kirk is annoying bandwagon, but now I think you kind of like Kirk because he complains about stuff that you agree with.
I haven't heard as much negative discourse about this being Prime only as we did when it was Peacock only.
That's a great point, young Nick.
And it's weird
Astute
because
observation, Nick.
I think Prime is a little more intrusive to try to get than Peacock. Peacock is cheaper and a bit more streamlined.
And the thing is, with Peacock, I mean, the only thing you get from Peacock is programming with Prime Video. You can order things off Prime.
That's true.
You can order a lot of different things.
I'm guessing that's
off
why.
Prime.
I'm guessing more people had Amazon Prime. It was more ubiquitous than Peacock.
Sure.
Also, it's a weird name for a channel. Peacock. It has cock in the title.
And
Peacock. Peacock.
It has.
We should make fun of that.
Wow. Okay.
Peacock.
All right. So you guys can say things like that, but I can't say things like, you can order dildos off Prime.
Can you?
I'm
I don't
sure
want to
you
search
can.
that because then it'll be in my algorithm.
I'm sure you can. You can get them at the drugstore.
There you go. See, and yet you want to mute
At
that.
the drugstore?
Yes.
The cocaine store.
I don't know if you
In
can
the
go to
1800s.
Walgreens and get one.
You absolutely can.
Nick, this could be a great man on the street.
Yes. You
You
can be our stunt boy.
100% can
You
go.
can be our stunt boy.
Theo
Go down-
wants stunts
Just go
back.
right down the street here to CVS and ask the
Hey.
person behind the counter for a dildo.
Going back to this comment that Nick originally had, Jordan points it out because you don't have all the annoying Chiefs fans complaining. Is that what it is? If the Chiefs were on Prime, would they say
Maybe. Sunday noon on CBS, Broncos Bills.
I found out that I'll be at a basketball game during this for one of my nephews. I'll be watching on my phone.
Wow, instead of your nephew?
During the commercial break for my nephew's basketball game.
Sure. Fox 3:30, Packers and Eagles.
I'm worried this game's going to suck. I'm worried the Eagles going to run them off the field.
don't know if
Jordan
they
Love
will.
is like, I don't know, man. I don't know if he's
We
gonna
call
play.
this the Peagles game.
Nice. Got him. No, you're allowed to say Peagles.
NBC Sunday night, Commanders and Buccaneers. Feels like every time Washington is in the playoffs, they play the Bucks.
Yeah, great point.
It does feel that way.
John
doesn't
Gruden
it?
played the Washington football team.
And if this were the 70s, people would say, man, it seems like every time the Rams are in the playoffs, they play the Vikings. But that's what they're doing on
in
Monday
the
night
70s.
on ESPN.
Is that at 7? Are you sure? 7 o'clock, not 7:15?
That's what the ESPN guides say.
Wow, that's earlier than normal.
It might be. It
I'm
might
worried
be
you
7.
won't be home. I'm worried you're going to miss the first drive of the game. It's going to be like Justin Jefferson touchdown, and it's already 20-0. They scored so fast. I'm worried for you.
How are they gonna do that when Sam Darnold's laying on his back from another Jared Verse sack?
You were right. It's at 7 o'clock. It says so right here on the internet.
So
So
there
probably
you
kick
go.
off at 7:10.
Well, all these critics saying, "Oh, John hates football." A's across the board from yours truly, but look at Josh. Look at Josh, the hater of the NFL.
This NFL schedule
A
is not
B.
an A weekend. Get out of here.
What do you mean? All these games are meaningful.
Yeah, but come on. We got multiple games where the point spread is large. We could have multiple blowouts in here. Let's chill out.
You're not even going to watch a game. You're instead going to watch your nephew ball
How many
out.
of these 6
I'll be watching.
games will be one-score games?
2.
Just 2.
Just 2.
Get the tomatoes.
Okay.
I will definitely take the over. I think the Texans could keep it close with the Chargers. Let's see. I'm going to go in chronological order here, so I got to think. Definitely not Ravens Steelers. Broncos Bills could be close. Could be closer than the experts think. I think the Packers will keep it tight with the Eagles. I think Rams Vikings is going to be close. I think Bucks Commanders will be close too.
Yeah, well, you love being wrong, so who am I to stop
What do you mean? I love being wrong. This is a 5-time defending champion of predictions.
What happened, though, when we did our who's going to be good in the NFL draft?
Wow, you got one right. Congratulations.
I got many right, John. I missed only one playoff team in my pick. I did a great job. Many are saying.
Or maybe we just let you do well.
But you didn't pick the Chargers. Sad.
That's right. You didn't pick the Chargers. I did.
Perfect draft. It could have been perfect. Now, it should be a good weekend. This is going to be interesting, man. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 5 straight days, massive matchups, Going to be glorious. And then the next weekend, we'll have the divisional round into the national championship. And then football will be over, and we'll be counting down
to
August.
baseball.
Woo! Marty ready for the spring, and then once we hit the
Baseball
spring,
in the spring.
I'll be ready for the fall.
John, are you excited to watch the Dodgers and Cubs play in Japan?
No.
Yes.
Are you gonna watch the replay of that, or are you gonna try to stay awake or get up early?
Won't that game be early? That would be early in the morning. Like a first pitch will be like at 6 a.m., right?
I thought it was going to be at like 4 a.m.
Well, they're in Japan. I think the time difference is a
Well,
little
I'm not familiar
wonky.
with my Far East time zones, but
Who are
when
they playing,
played,
the Dodgers?
when the Padres played the Dodgers in Korea, I watched that game.
It'll be at 7 p.m. JST.
It is currently 7:27 a.m. in Japan at 4:27.
It's 4 a.m. our time, John. So it'll be early.
Sure.
So maybe with the time change, it won't be as bad.
I'm gonna watch it. I'm also gonna watch the Dodgers and the Cubs play the NPB teams.
Oh my gosh, I won't watch.
They're playing the Tigers and the Giants.
You're gonna wake up early to watch that crap?
Absolutely.
Why?
'Cause I
How
wanna
have
watch
you
it.
become this into baseball so fast that you're waking up early?
It's the national pastime.
It's America's pastime.
It speaks
first of all,
to me.
John.
It's a good sport. I like it.
Why does it speak?
I don't know. Why does football speak to you, you sicko?
Because I'm an American, and nothing is more American than football. It's about land acquisition, which we love to do in America. We love to acquire land. It's about warfare. We love wars in America. It's about violence. Violence that goes too far. We love violence that goes too far in America. And it happens once a week. It's perfect.
And baseball is all about telling
It's commercials. It's you have a play to do then other commercials to say, it's time to go to the Walmart replay.
Well, speaking of football, Mitch Holtis will join us next. The Chiefs have the week off. They're not playing.
Wonder what he's doing this weekend.
We will be back, and Josh will continue to pine off the air about his MAGA-ness on
No,
1620
I will
The
not.
Zone. The heck did you do?
I don't know. He's just not answering.
You piss him off?
I got a text from somebody that said, here's an idea. Why don't you give Mitch the week off, too?
Well, apparently Mitch gave himself the week off.
Unreal. Well, maybe he's on a beach somewhere enjoying a Mai Tai.
He might be, and that's actually not a bad idea.
You know what hasn't had the week off yet? Okay.
Nick was going to make a joke, and now he's not able to.
Now he's not going to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Told you.
Yep.
He doesn't forget us.
He's here and ready to go. Football.
He does not forget us. Here
Man,
he
I love
is.
football.
The voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. By the way,
yeah,
I have a trivia question.
Oh.
I'm going to ask the both of you.
Okay.
At the end of this segment. It has to do with the playoffs and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
Mitch will probably know the answer because, he has all of the Chiefs' history mesmerized.
Yeah, nice.
Don't you, Mitch? You probably know the starting lineup of day one of the Dallas Texans.
Wow.
Yeah, but I didn't want to just put it out there. So, I mean,
because they're trying to hide it from the New York Titans. Is that what you're saying? Don't tell them. Don't tell the Titans.
Don't tell the Titans or the brown and yellow Broncos of the day.
Ugh.
Striped socks. Yeah.
I mean, you can be honest now, Mitch. I know they're the enemy and they are in the playoffs, but how cool was it to see those uniforms again?
Oh my
against
gosh.
the Chiefs, white and red and yellow.
Yeah. Some attempts at throwback uniforms are not good.
Correct.
See the Pittsburgh Bumblebee things, right? Or when the New York Giants went back to the 1934
horrible.
That red and blue abomination that looked like someone went crazy on Microsoft Paint with the Michigan uniform. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it was graffiti on the side of a railroad car. But the Bronco throwbacks were pretty awesome. That was cool. So I'll have to admit.
Was that the ho-hummiest game you've ever called in your life?
Oh my gosh.
Pretty hummy and hoey.
Yeah.
And give Bo Nix credit. You go 29 of 32 on routes on air. You deserve some credit. He played great, and they've got a really good defense. But I thought the Chiefs backups would put up more of a fight than that. That was one of those 5:35 to go in the third quarter. 5:34 to go in the third quarter.
Mitch is counting down the clock.
Bill Murray's slamming the. So anyway, and then to be on the tarmac for 3 hours was awesome. That was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then to get stuck in Denver after the game was awesome because it was, so much to do. So yeah, heck yeah, it was a great trip all in all.
Mitch, getting stuck on the tarmac aside, I think back to the last time that we talked to you, and that was a week before Christmas. And of course, you're about to embark on that stretch of playing a Saturday game, playing a Wednesday game. You'd have a week and a half off before week 18. From the win-loss perspective, of course, ignoring this past Sunday, it went as well as you would have hoped. From the injury perspective, it seems like it went as well as you could have hoped. Like getting through that stretch seems like it if you would have planned it before the season, that's exactly what you would have signed up for.
No question, and it gives this team a chance for a three-peat. The best chance this team had to try to pull off something that's never been done, and if they do pull this off, it'll be not only an NFL feat, this will be one of the greater feats in American sport history, but they've got a chance to do it because they got through the gauntlet of winning all three of those games in 11 days and then getting this rest period, essentially 23 days of rest to get ready for the divisional playoff round. So, yes, and then it's how they did it. The fact that giving up just one sack in 3 games when it was – and Denver got their share. Of course, they're number 1 in the league in sacks. But you're facing Myles Garrett, Will Anderson Jr., Danielle Hunter, T.J. Watt. You give up 1 sack while you get 12. And then 0 turnovers. Last time the Chiefs turned it over was against Buffalo Bills in November. It's now a streak for Mahomes. It's career high. But, yeah, to get it – it's not only getting it done, but how they did it I thought was impressive.
It feels night and day the way this regular season ended versus last year's regular season. So I'm not going to ask you to compare it to that. But I am curious, based on how the Chiefs finished this year versus other seasons, save for last year, when they seemed like peaking at the right time. This team looks like it's peaking at the right time. Would that be an accurate statement?
I think it's very accurate, and it's not just on one side of the ball. Defensively, I feel like they played their best football really in the last 5 or 6 weeks. Sands giving up 38 in that final game, which totally convolutes the stats. That's the only thing I feel bad about, because Spags had a chance to be the number one scoring defense in the league, and he's going to end up fourth because postseason numbers don't count in the NFL. But I do think offensively it's clearly that way, because all of the woes and problems the Chiefs were having, now you've got D-Hop, and now you got Hollywood Brown, and you've got other guys fully up and running within the offense. Xavier Worthy has hit his stride. So, yeah, it couldn't be better. The only injury would be Shamari Connor. The others, I think, will be fine. Maybe Isaiah Pacheco's ribs, but at running back, they're pretty deep anyway. So, yeah, I think they're coming in with green lights all over the place.
Mitch, the value of being on the side of the bracket that the Chiefs are, like, obviously they're going to have to go through whatever path they have to go through. They're not going to be afraid of anybody. But I wonder how important is it that when you look at their path, if they are to see Baltimore or Buffalo, they will not have to see that game until the one that would go to the Super Bowl. Meanwhile, those two teams would have to go through each other if Chalk wins out, and then Kansas City also if Chalk wins out. Like, how valuable is it to be on that side of the bracket?
Incredibly. Now, I do think the AFC field, top to bottom, maybe the Steelers, because they're leaking oil.
Oh, yeah.
And Houston, if they can, the Tank Dell injury just seemed to decimate those guys. But I feel like they're going to get their land legs back. But I do think it's a really good AFC field. That being said, go back to 2022, where you don't have to play Baltimore and Buffalo. One of those two, one snake will eat it the other. So I think to your point, it's not that it's going to be an easy game next week. It'll be a tough, difficult game, no matter who it is. But still, you sit there and take a week off and watch half the field get eliminated. That's a big deal. And then to have Buffalo and Baltimore on the same side of the bracket is also a big deal. Now, we survived it last year, but I wouldn't try that over too many years.
Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. So we've talked up, how Kansas City ended the season. But if there is something that needs to be shored up before this postseason run, what would that be?
Two things, one on each side of the ball. And on the offensive side, it would be protection. And what are you going to do? Are you going to play DJ Humphries, who was kind of okay, but then he kind of wasn't in the second half? I mean, Nick Bonito has been great all year, but he went around him much like he did against Wanya Morris and Suamatia. So do you go back and play Joe Tooney at left tackle in the playoffs? He was part of that 3 games in 11, only give up 1 sack to a gauntlet of teams. So that would be the concern. And then on the defensive side would be way too many, hey, get teams behind the chains and you got them. Not with this team. There's been too many 3rd and 12s. Just the other day against Denver, a 3rd and 14 where they get 14.5 yards. Too much of that. Like, if they got a chance to get a team down on defense, then take them out. And don't give up 3rd and 12s and 14s and 2nd and 16s. That's been too much of a problem this year with this team.
Mitch, broadcasting nerd question for you. I'm just curious as to how you approach this weekend in terms of prep, because the odds would tell us that you will be doing a game between the winner of the Chargers-Texans game. But that is the first game of the entire playoffs, and, an upset by Pittsburgh or an upset by Denver, and you are playing, one of those two teams. So you're not going to know until Sunday mid-afternoon who the Chiefs' opponent will be. So is it like any early preparation, or is it just kind of taking in all these games? Thankfully, you have charts for everybody, right? You've seen them all this year, so that's got to help.
Well, we've seen them all since early December.
Yeah.
Because we played the Chargers in early December, and then the rest of these teams we've all played like recent, so that helps. But I use it to spend on the Chiefs and playoff history. Like, here's a couple things to bring up. One, last year's Chiefs team was the youngest in NFL history to win back-to-back Super Bowls. When you look at, we know what Mahomes and Kelsey have done, but the DBs on this team are 39-2 in the playoffs, and the only 2 losses are Justin Reed's when he was a Houston Texan, and one of those 2 was to Kansas City. The linebackers are 21-4, and 3 of those losses are non-Kansas City losses. Joshua Uche has one of them. So does Drew Tranquil. The D line with Chris Jones has been around a while. It's 79 and 16. I mean, some of these are ridiculous. The offensive line is 44 and 6 in the playoffs. So you do that kind of research. You look for the nuggets that involve your team, because once you know who your opponent's going to be, then you do a deep dive into them. But there's really some remarkable numbers if you look at this 24 Kansas City Chiefs team that in many ways are unprecedented in unprecedented NFL history.
All right, I got trivia.
Okay.
If chalk holds in the American Conference, the Chiefs' first playoff opponent will be the Chargers. When is the last time the Chiefs played a division foe in the AFC playoffs?
Well, wait a minute. If chalk holds, aren't the Chargers the 5? So if chalk holds,
I'm sorry. You're right.
Going
You're right.
You were going
I was
Vegas.
thinking favorites. Thinking favorites. Sorry.
Favorites.
Yeah.
All
If the
right.
favorites win, it would be the Chargers and the Chiefs. I apologize. So if it is Chargers-Chiefs, it'd be the first AFC West foe to face the Chiefs in the playoffs since when?
I think I know what it is. Can I guess first, since Mitch is the voice of the Chiefs?
I mean, usually we allow the guests
All
to
right.
go first. But
Okay. Well, I mean, we could write it down. We could both write it down and then show it the piece of paper.
Yeah, sure. Right.
Mitch, is it the Broncos' loss when they won their first Super Bowl back in the 1997 season? Is that the last one?
1997 divisional playoff round.
Mm-hmm.
14-10 or 17-14.
14-10.
I'm not sure if we had replay in that day that the Broncos would have won that game, because was Gonzalez inbounds or out of bounds?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Upon further review, it looks like overturned. It's touchdown. And Kansas City would go in to win. I think Mike Shanahan, I think I'm right in quoting him there, he said that was the toughest game they had on the road to winning the Super Bowl in 1997. They beat the Packers, right? That's the Woody Bird Elway helicopter game. Yeah.
Yep.
So Shanahan admitted that was the game. And the Chiefs, if they play Rich Gannon in that game instead of Elvis Gerback, could have been shabba. Yeah, so way to open that scab, John.
Yeah.
Well, I only mention it because it's rare that Kansas City has played a divisional foe in the playoffs. So I looked this up on Football Reference. 45 all-time Chiefs playoff games.
Okay.
Mitch, do you know this answer? How many division foes in 45 playoff games have the Chiefs faced?
I'm going back through them here of what I know. The Chargers in Marty Schottenheimer's day.
Yeah.
There's a Charger loss in there.
Yeah.
There's a win over the Raiders, 10-6.
Did they play the
91?
They played the Seahawks when the Seahawks were still in the AFC West?
No.
They never did. Interesting.
Seahawks didn't make the playoffs much in the AFC.
That's true. That's true.
71-86. It's a honk. So you got to go back then. Are you going back then like AFL days?
Yes. Yes. This is all time, so I'm counting the AFL.
Yeah, because 69, they go to the Super Bowl. They beat the Raiders in the final AFL game.
Yep.
AFL game. They beat the Bills. They're not in the division. That Bills was on the other side, all the other side. 45. I'm guessing I just listed about 5 or 6. I'll say 7.
5.
Whoa.
Only 5 of 45.
Wow.
So
I mentioned them.
Yeah, there was a Raiders game.
91.
Well, yes, that's the last win over a division foe. Mitch mentioned the Charger game, the Bronco game that was already mentioned, the AFL championship game in 1969. And then there was a first-round game in, I believe, 66 or 67 against the Raiders. But that's it.
Yes.
That's it. Only 5.
That's crazy because other divisions, I feel like you see their match. I mean, like,
now,
we're about to see Steelers-Ravens.
Right.
I feel like they play in the playoffs all the time.
It
does.
It's
almost like every other
year.
I
did look this up because I was just curious for my own team, for the Rams. I think the Rams in like 54 all-time playoff games have only played 6 or 7 against a division foe. So maybe this isn't as rare as I thought. But I did think that was interesting. The Chiefs have only played 5 division rivals in a playoff game. And it hasn't happened since 97.
That's crazy.
So,
and that 91 game, because I mentioned that one too, guys, is the 91. So I got them all but one, I think. But That was Todd Marinovich, and that was when he was chewing CBD gum before it was even like legal.
That's true.
Nice.
And four picks thrown by the aforementioned Todd Marinovich, and throwing them like right to Kansas City guys. Like Duron Cherry had 2 of them. So it was a grinded out Marty Ball 10-6 glorious victory, the first playoff victory in Arrowhead history. And so, but Marinovich wasn't sure where he was at in the northern or southern hemisphere at the time.
Yeah, well, that's not surprising, all things considered.
Yeah, it's another
Well,
story.
Mitch, enjoy the week off there in balmy Kansas City.
Oh, it's great.
With your 14 inches of snow and 3 inches of ice.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna get a quick 9 in. I don't know if I can get on. God, I can't.
If you can make it up here, it's we didn't get much snow up here. You could probably
it's just
play
really
some
cold.
winter rules here at
Your
one of our
hands will hurt
courses.
a lot.
Yes.
No, let me yell at the starter. What is it? How can I just get April the 4th? Okay. All right. Cool.
It's going to be a
Take it
while.
on.
Mitch, have a great week off. We'll talk to you next week and preview maybe the Chargers, maybe Texas, maybe somebody else. We don't know.
We'll be ready.
All
See you,
right.
boys.
Mitch Holtis,
Mitch.
brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
What I was going to say before Mitch Holtis rudely interrupted
Yeah.
was, you know what doesn't take a week off?
What?
Our half off deal.
Wow. Nice job, Nick.
Thank you.
Way to finish that.
B-Collar 10
Whoa.
right now. I didn't pick 10 for any particular reason. Don't look into the score
And
of
what
the
do you
Iowa
get?
Nebraska
What do you get,
basketball
Nick?
game. You get $50 to Churco.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, you do.
Yes.
You get
It is awesome, and you do.
That's awesome.
You get a $50. Yes, that's our zone deal this week.
Yes, that's our zone deal, and you can get it now before Friday.
Yes. Call
Get it
now.
early.
Caller 10 402-951-1620
Cool.
to Copal
Copal.
Mexican restaurant.
Mexican restaurant.
Delicious Mexican food. They have one in Lincoln too. My wife and I go there.
And that's the
occasionally.
zone deal this week.
That is the zone deal this week, where you can get 2 $25 gift cards for only
$25. Half off,
That's
as
right.
Nick said.
To Copal.
To Copal.
To Copal.
We love Copal.
Mhm.
And we love Dumb Debates, which is next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks. Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate. Dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. It is time for Dumb Debates, our first time in 2025. Wow. Where we get to take on all of your topics. And we just came off the holiday week. You had a bunch of idiot friends and idiot relatives over, probably talking about idiotic, dumb things.
Maybe you were the idiot.
Maybe you were the idiot. I mean, that's usually what Josh is at all of his gatherings.
Okay, let me. I guess finish, and I'll ask you a question.
Well, this is
Dumb Debates.
Your chance to regurgitate some of those debates. Say, hey, you know what? We had this really good dumb debate at our holiday gathering. Bring it to the table and bring it to the masses. And you can send in your dumb debates, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620.
Yeah.
Or you can email John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com at the Old Man Doug Dumb Debates inbox.
Equitable Bank.
EquitableOnline.com.
Okay, so here's my question. Do you actually have family gatherings where what everyone always talks about comes up? Do you have family gatherings where people are like sitting around eating turkey and they're like, I want to talk about Trump? Politics is never discussed at any of my family gatherings. There are no debates. There's not the drunk uncle in the corner that's spouting off. There's none of that at any of my gatherings.
So with my family gatherings, all of my family is on the same page.
So it's venting about things?
It just happens.
Except for you, or you always like...
Well, I mean...
It just happens organically. No one's like, let's talk about Trump. It's always, let's talk about this.
Biden. Does that ever happen?
Well,
at your family?
Nick had, his family is all in the same commune. So,
oh, nice. Because it never comes up. Everyone's always been like, "Yeah, my family is so stressful. Everyone talks politics." I'm like, "Wow,
I am the most lib person in my family."
Yeah, he's from Iowa, John.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying you're all in your commune together. It has come up. It does occasionally. It's not like out of the blue.
Yeah.
But
sometimes
as the conversation
I'd rather talk
evolves.
I don't want to talk about that.
Neither do
I just got a text. Just happened at Christmas. Someone left the table. See, that would be so uncomfortable. I do not want that crap to happen.
I actually got really lucky this last Christmas because
There you go.
we showed up to Christmas a little late and everybody must have talked about everything either right before we showed up or right after, but we also couldn't stay for long because we had another Christmas to get to.
They probably waited for you to leave. That was very kind of your family to talk
They've
about this
never
stuff.
waited for me to leave before.
Well, maybe they like you more now, or they like your girlfriend.
Probably that one.
Indeed. Keena asks, this was on January 6th.
Oh, Josh Day.
Sending in dumb debates before I forget. If you had to convert one fast food restaurant into a home and live in it, which would you choose?
Convert it into a home?
You have to live in a fast food
what
restaurant.
Happened to, wasn't that a plot line in one of the more recent South Parks where Cartman has to move into an old hot dog, something like that?
There was a football player who had a Taco Bell in his house.
That's Devontae Adams.
That's
Devontae Adams. Thank you.
It was real. Did he really? Is that actually true?
It was real life.
Now, I don't know if I would want to be in any place that uses a lot of deep fat frying because
that smell.
Fast food.
Well, I know
That's why I'm thinking maybe like a Jimmy John's.
Oh,
where
that is freaky fast.
there's no deep fat frying, so you don't have that smell that's always hanging around.
That's a good thought.
And with Jimmy John's, it's all cold cuts and stuff, so they have plenty. Of course, all of them have refrigeration of some kind.
I do like sandwiches a lot.
Well, again, you are remodeling this place, so you are not. I don't think you're going to keep that stuff.
Oh, it's a remodel. I thought it was just the restaurant's still in operation.
If
and
you had to
live
convert a fast food restaurant into a home and live in it,
This is a weird question.
well, it's dumb debate,
So I guess
John.
but it's just
which fast food restaurant has the best layout?
That's
they all have too many windows.
That's what I was thinking.
You know what the other problem is? They're all pretty much the same. We have lost the ability to be original. Remember when all the Pizza Huts had the familiar red roof, when all the McDonald's had
Pizza Hut was comfy.
had their
Used to be
look,
cozy.
and Burger King had their look, and KFC's had their look with the giant bucket outside.
And now you're right.
Now
everything's the same.
like there was a Starbucks that recently got built close to our house. And
Is it the one that has to have all the brick?
for
because
the
of where it's at?
longest time, because they didn't have one of those signs saying, hey, it's a Starbucks coming soon. For the longest time, I was like, I know this is going to be a fast food restaurant, but I couldn't tell you which one.
And you used to be able to do that.
Yeah, you used to know, hey, when a McDonald's is going up, that's going to be a McDonald's.
Well, yeah, and part of it too is like if they go in certain parts of your city, they have to match
They
the
have to
exact
match,
look of that.
yes.
So like you'll get the places that just has like the brick facade. Look, I don't know what my answer is. I can tell you what my answer is not, and that's Long John Silver.
Oh, yeah.
Oily, greasy,
Oh, yeah.
stinky.
It'd probably
No,
be hard
thank
to
you.
get all the oil and grease out of
I
everything.
would never want to live in
And they
a
have
Long
those
John
they have
Silver.
those
You're never
Long
gonna
John
get the smell of
Silvers
fish
that are
out.
tied in with KFCs, and they're both in the same location.
No, thanks.
That has to just be like living in a giant vat of oil.
I knew somebody who liked to go to those combination KFC Long John Silvers, and they liked the chicken, but only from the Long John Silver side.
Gross. That's disgusting. Stib says the BK with the cool curved tubed windows would make a great sunroom. I do
That's
like when
true.
those Burger
Oh
Kings had
yeah,
that.
when that was all the rage, when
yeah.
everyone started building those sunrooms
Or the
that
play.
then later got converted into play places.
I did like the play place. The play place was fun.
Yep.
I think my answer would be, it would either be like a coffee shop. Well, not like the little coffee shop, but the bigger Starbucks, or like a Jimmy John's, because I don't want all that deep fat fried
It's a
oil
solid idea, man.
smell
It's a solid
permeating
idea.
through the walls.
I
a good
think
idea.
I would convert one of those pizza places that are kind of in a strip mall. So the only place where there's windows are in the front, and then the back you can still have your privacy.
Yeah, but then you're in a strip mall.
So wait, you want to? Yeah, that'd be a bummer.
I mean, it'd be a bummer, but there's too many windows. I think restaurants have too many windows.
Sleeping is important.
Well, but you get giant blackout curtains.
That's
just
John. You know how
massive
expensive
blackout.
those are? I'd
Well,
have to do
you're
that.
already rich
the
enough to
whole way.
afford living in a old fast food restaurant.
Nick, I have blackout
in a business
curtains that
location.
we don't use anymore. I can give them to you if you want them.
I don't think we need them.
Okay, they're just taking up space.
Thank you.
Just get a whole bunch of aluminum foil and just put that up.
Just put up aluminum foil.
That wouldn't make you look crazy at all.
Bingo. It's exactly what I was going to say.
Would fit. Rick wants to know.
Hello, Rick.
Hollywood loves making movies, remaking movies.
Yes. Yeah.
And we did Blue Chips many months ago in the movie club.
Many months.
In today's NIL world, how could the movie Blue Chips be remade?
It would have to be about, honestly,
gambling.
Ooh, that's a good one, Nick. That's actually the answer. Because I was going to say, kind of like with Nebraska's newest player, you would have to do it something related to crime. And the coach is...
So a porno about sharing, venereal disease.
Or you could go gambling, and it can be about
That's the
Iowa.
answer. That's actually the better answer,
And
because
Iowa
I
State.
think there are a lot of people are legitimately concerned about gambling and games being on the up and up. And so the coach would take in a sketchy player who apparently had thrown a game and won some money for a local bookmaker. And he would be like, no, I'm going to believe in you this time, and you're not going to do it. And then the player would do it. And then the coach would get fired.
I think to stay with the spirit of the question, if it's still about recruiting and not so much illegal recruiting practices, but it could be like a buddy comedy where it's one of those road comedies where, the first act they're at this school and then halfway through the season they transfer to the next school. And
A lot
then
of portal stuff.
right before the playoff, they transfer to the next school. Make it a buddy travel
Then
comedy.
Lamenting having to re-recruit players.
Then they transfer to a JUCO so they can get an extra year.
Exactly, and then they transfer back to another school. Basically, it's just going from town to town to town to town.
Mm-hmm.
Mercenary college football players.
By the way, John, first-time texter John. Hello, John. Welcome to the text club. Oh, that should be a thing. The 1620 text club.
Oh, fun.
Says the Amigos on 84th and Dodge has a loft.
Oh.
There you go. Then you don't have to worry about your windows.
I wouldn't mind a loft.
Caleb asks in the Equitable Bank inbox, this may have been a debate before, but my debate is who is the bigger contrarian, John or Nick? I feel like every time Josh and Nick agree on a sports take, John comes in just to go against what everybody wants, like being an SEC homer. Or I remember him defending the Olds when changing Memorial Stadium to card only, which worked fine.
Yeah.
My take is John is the bigger contrarian when it comes to sports, but Nick is when it comes to random life takes.
That's fair.
Now we have to
Which means we have the contrarians and conformist Josh.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, you look at how Josh is dressed today with the vest and the tie and the collared
sweater.
shirt.
Nice sweater and tie.
And that
Conformist.
rant he went on about how football is so American because it's about war and taking things over.
Yeah.
We got a regular Alex P. Keaton
Think
over
for
here.
yourself once in a while, Josh.
I think for
Do you
myself.
did you get a new picture of Nixon to hang up in your house?
I only put up a picture of him to throw a knife at.
You know what, John? Josh's favorite fast food place is Popeyes. You know who else likes Popeyes? Everyone else.
Yeah, because it's the best fried chicken place out there, Nick. What are we talking about here? Now, I would love to hear from the friends of the Grum because I am biased. I work with you too. The answer is Nick. Nick is absolutely the bigger contrarian, though John has become more of a contrarian recently.
How have I become a contrarian?
You
on
have
what subject?
I mean, he's not wrong about the SEC thing, and yet you did
The SEC thing. Now, what have I said about the SEC?
That you love it. You want to marry it.
Yeah, you
No, I have openly said how much I root against both the Big Ten and the SEC.
You used to crap on it. You
contrarian.
used to crap on it, and now people are all crapping on it, and you're defending it.
How am I defending the SEC?
I said it with Herb Street earlier. You kind of like him now, and I think it's because he ruffles feathers, and people don't agree with him like they used to. You used to hate Kirk Herbstreit. Now I think you kind of like him because he vents about college football stuff that you also hate.
Well, but there are a lot of things about college football that aren't likable.
That's
right
the
now.
other contrarian part. You don't like football anymore, and you used to love it.
Again, as the only person in this studio who knows what it's like to have a team in the playoffs,
Okay,
I love football.
John, my team's been in the playoffs twice in the last 3 years.
Nice. Baymon writes, I would pose that Nick is the more obvious contrarian, but John is a bigger one and just sneaky about it.
Oh, sleeper contrarian.
I'm a sleeper. It's my sleeper cell.
Strigori says John is a bigger contrarian because he wants everything like it was in 1985 and hates everything after.
Oh, John Bishop, Bears lover.
Jordan points out the SEC thing because both you and the SEC say that Bulls don't matter. Handshake meme.
They don't, folks.
Wow. Classic SEC take, John. Hard to argue.
Again, that's not an SEC take.
They started it. They did start it. Remember that Alabama would lose.
I wasn't even thinking of the SEC when I made that comment.
Interesting.
And everybody else was agreeing with it, by the way. So who's the contrarian? I say it's all of you.
Happer's meme guy says, is John a contrarian or just an old white?
Oh.
I think
maybe all old whites are just contrarian.
I think actually that
Or smart.
Might be what it is.
Let's see. No, that's well.
Is it
some
too
of
old?
these some of the too
Who's going to win the election?
Yeah, we already know what that is. And Josh came away very happy, as you can tell by the way he's dressed today.
Do Republicans like sweaters? Is that what this look is? Democrats wear ties too.
They definitely like war.
Yeah,
and
they
football.
do. Hey, everybody loves war.
What is it
I
good for,
don't.
Josh?
Absolutely nothing.
Here's one.
Stib says neither are contrarians. They just have bad takes. Would you rather be a contrarian or have bad takes?
Says the guy who has all the bad takes.
Mike Stibbs.
Star Wars fiend. This is an oldie but a goodie.
Jar Jar.
So if we've done this one before,
okay,
I apologize.
Okay.
But you can know the winning lottery numbers before they are drawn. However, if you choose to know and play the numbers, someone close to you will perish a slow, brutal death. How many times in your life do you play the numbers?
Now, when you say they're
well, first of all, it should only take one to be satisfied.
When they
or zero.
When it says they're close to you, does that mean they're close to you as in you love them a lot, or they're close to you as in you just know them?
Yeah, I feel bad because
really
if
well.
you ask how close are they, then you're a monster. So I'm not going to ask. I'm going to say 0. But I'm
But you
curious
thought
to
it.
what the answer is to Nick's question.
You're thinking it.
Of course I am. How close is close?
Well, I think in the spirit of this question, it's probably someone close to you, like your parents, your wife, your
0.
children.
A slow and brutal?
A slow, brutal
Like the
death.
Washington Post reporter, that was slow and brutal.
Oh, jeez.
That's what I'm thinking. Brutal.
Josh.
He got it sawed off.
Yeah, I saw the video.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I watched Live Leak as a teenager.
Oh, you're
Good grief, you sicko.
That is disgusting.
My generation is desensitized.
Okay,
to so
I
many
watched the
things.
guy sit on the glass whatever
Jar.
That's what it was. Yeah, it was pretty nasty, John.
It's pretty gross.
He sat on it and it went,
What if you were close to
and then it went.
If you were close to Jar Guy, would your answer to this question change?
No, the answer is no. I will not. Slow and brutal. If it was quick and painless, I'd still say no, but I'd think about it more. But slow and brutal, absolutely not. John, your answer.
Well, it depends. I
Wow.
mean, if I can choose the person, I'd choose one of these two and then make the other one watch because they'd want to watch,
don't wanna
apparently,
watch. I don't
because they're
wanna
both
watch.
sick in the head.
I don't want to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
But you did.
I was 15 and
Did
had the
someone
internet,
hold a
John.
gun to your head and make you watch?
No, I was 15 and had the internet. Of course I was going to watch it.
Mike
So
Stibbs-
you wanted to watch.
Stib
When I
says
was
you can't my generation watching a murder, Nick. You're just a psychopath. Yeah, I never watched the Hammer video or whatever it was called from Russia. I didn't watch that
I
crap.
don't think I saw the Hammer one.
Yeah, I didn't watch that. You know
I mean,
why?
the only thing we had in our generation was Faces of Death, the Faces of Death VHS series.
What's that?
It was basically just a video.
Is it was snuff films? Was it real?
Yeah, they were all like
Yikes.
videos of people dying.
Yikes.
You know,
Oh,
like
wow, yeah, Baymon.
electrocution,
Well, that doesn't.
you know,
seem to be-
assassinations.
Okay, well.
People who fell off buildings. It was basically all real life death caught on camera. It was called the Faces of Death.
Matt texts in timeout. How much of the video did Nick watch? Wow, freak.
The real
Psycho.
question is, how many times did he rewind it and watch it over?
I only watched it once. I only needed
Or
to watch
slow
it
it
once.
down and watch it in slow motion.
Strigoi says Josh was more of a 2 girls, 1 cup guy. Guilty as charged.
It was
Came
ice
out when
cream.
I was a freshman in college.
That was ice cream, by the way.
Was it
Sorry
really?
to ruin the illusion for you.
Ah, bummer. It's a fun little thing. We don't shame on this show. Travis says, being a part of the generation that endured such things as Blue Waffle and 2 girls, 1 cup, I'd
Yeah,
consider the
that's
lotto
fair.
a couple times. Travis, this isn't what weird internet video will you watch? It's someone close to you is going to die, and it's going to be miserable.
And brutal.
And what if there is an afterlife, and what if that person's going to hell? Their final moments on earth are bad, and then they still have
I mean,
hell.
if they're going
That's a
to
line from 7.
If they're going to hell, are you going to feel bad about what you did?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
because they probably deserve to go there.
Yeah. I mean, Nick, I
Also,
know
if-
you. Like, yeah, I'd feel bad still if you die tomorrow. It'd be a
Oh.
bummer because you still have hell to look forward to.
Look forward to.
Yeah, well, you're an atheist. That's what happens. You don't believe it, and it's there.
Steve writes,
Sorry.
Tough luck for me, I guess.
Exactly.
Is
I was
it-
wrong.
Is it the
Darn.
sound? Is
Contrarian.
it the soundtrack / score to a great movie that makes it memorable, or the movie itself?
Oh, what a
The
question.
sound. I think that music and the soundtrack plays a big role,
I think it plays an immense role.
massive role. If you try to watch reruns of old shows, back before we conceptualized streaming as a thing, so they don't have the rights to the music that they used in the original airing, it makes a massive difference. I've seen a few old episodes of Scrubs that had the original music compared to what they have on Net or Hulu,
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
better.
it's not as good.
Yeah. So what's
Why
the
did they
question?
change the music?
They didn't have licensing.
Didn't have the rights. That's
Oh,
why we can't
okay.
put music on YouTube.
Jerks.
Yep, exactly.
Because when they first made these
Get rid of
shows,
it.
they didn't think to put in the terms of the music. Hey, we want this when streaming happens.
When I think about this question, for whatever reason, the first soundtrack or score that I think of is Back to the Future because it's like such a great song. Dun, dun, dun,
But there was
dun,
also
dun,
great
dun, dun,
music in it,
dun,
like
dun.
Huey Lewis.
Yeah. So the question, though, I think is the music memorable because the movie is great, or did the music make the movie memorable? And I don't know what the answer to that is.
See,
I think you need both. It's
you have
chicken
to
or
have
egg.
both. It's
Yeah.
chicken. Yeah, it is. It's both. Because I guarantee you, if you watch Star Wars, no music, not going to hit even close to the same.
Yeah, you need
Pick any movie. I mean, think of Forrest Gump and all the music that they played through that. How
That's
much
true.
that would change the film. Here's something for you. It's kind of related to this question, but it was an argument my wife and I got into.
Oh,
So
Politics.
we were driving
Christmas?
over the holidays, and we were listening to one of the satellite movie or music channels.
Wow.
And a
Way to
TV
support AM
theme,
radio.
a TV theme came on.
Yeah.
And my wife changed the channel. And I went back and changed it back
Was
because
it the Friends? Was it
No,
the
it was the Rockford Files theme.
Oh.
Which was one of my favorites growing up as a kid.
Yeah.
And my wife has this thing now where she cannot stand TV or movie themes.
What?
Specifically?
And if the song was in a movie, she's not a fan. So
If it's just in a movie, period?
We spent all New Year's night.
What is this?
We spent all New Year's night because we were at a get together where they were playing a lot of 80s music. And I was like, you like this song, don't you? This song was in a movie. And she was like going hard in the paint. She does not like to hear TV or movie themes.
I think John's wife is the
outside
real
of the movie.
contrarian.
Oh, yeah. By the way, multiple people bringing up Jaws, including Michael Severe. Can you imagine Jaws without the soundtrack?
No.
Stibbs brings up Jurassic Park.
That's true.
And then a few people say Scrubs sucks. Great take.
Bad take.
Scrubs so mid.
Scrubs is
I never saw it.
We're emotional. That's their whole goal is like, we're going to make you cry, but also have a couple of jokes.
Yeah, that's a good show.
That's not good.
MASH did the same thing. Also a great show.
Never seen it.
Don't be afraid of your feelings, Josh.
I cry all the time, Nick. I love crying.
It's okay to mix comedy with drama.
I don't cry at all, but
I know.
I would miss the music. Music is hugely important.
I wish that instead of scores, there were podcasts during important the T-Rex in Jurassic Park, and then it's Bill Simmons. Hey, this is brought to you by MeUndies.
You are such a dork.
No, you.
Got him.
Well, coming up next, Josh, being dressed as he is, will probably answer in the affirmative to the next question. Is Notre Dame more likable?
Huh?
1620 The Zone. Thanks for everyone for participating in Dumb Debates. Keep sending in those dumb debates, of course, because remember, they're evergreen, and we save.
Oh, yeah. The hashtag is always there, John.
The hashtag is always there. Earlier today, we put out a poll question. on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. The poll question was in response to an article that was written by friend of the Grum, Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic, with the simple question, is Notre Dame football likable now?
Huh?
These are words that probably haven't been spoken since Newt Rockne first made Notre Dame great. Because back then, it was just another small school in the middle of Indiana. But then they became really popular, and that's why Notre Dame really became the first national program. But is Notre Dame football likable now? Josh, would it surprise you that more than half of our respondents responded positively?
It would.
So the options we gave you were yes, no, or maybe a little more, right?
Yep.
So at least acknowledging that, okay, didn't like him much before, but now, I'm softening my hardline stance. 47, almost 40, we'll call it 48% voted no. Notre Dame is not more likable. 30% said, maybe a little more. 23% outright said yes. So if you combine the two positives,
it's over 50%.
52% say that Notre Dame is more likable now.
I absolutely am floored by this because I think they are.
Floored by this.
Do you think they are?
I think that it's not so much likable, it's less dislikable.
Interesting.
And
they're less hateable now?
Yes.
And why do you think that is?
Multiple reasons for that. Number one, they haven't been at the top of the heap in 30 years.
Correct.
Yeah, there's been a couple of national title appearances since then, but they weren't really threats.
Yeah.
It's like this with a lot of programs. Before Nick Saban, I guarantee you.
Yes, people were excited for them in 2009 when they won their first title.
I guarantee you people were like, because folks
Oh.
at the end of the day like to see their brands.
Yeah, good for you, Alabama. Way to get back.
They like to see their brands. They like to see the big brands playing for championships, especially those brands that haven't played for a championship in a while. Notre Dame represents, obviously, one of the greatest brands in all of American sports. So that's one reason, it's longevity.
Yep.
Another reason, I think, is because of Marcus Freeman.
Yeah.
Very likable coach, energetic.
He's not Brian Kelly.
He's not Brian Kelly. He doesn't fit the mold, not to get too stereotypical, but he doesn't fit the mold of a Notre Dame coach.
100%.
Right?
100%.
Lou Holtz kind of got under people's skin. Heck, he still gets under people's skin. Ryan Day still looking for him.
I was going to say, Ryan Day, where's Lou Holtz?
Brian Kelly, not likable. Charlie Weiss, not likable.
No, very unlikable.
Marcus Freeman's a very likable guy. And then there's one other reason that I think Notre Dame, at least to some people, might be more likable.
Or less hateable.
Or less hateable.
Is it what Brady Quinn mentioned in the story, that they are not the SEC?
They're not the SEC, nor are they the Big Ten. Notre Dame represents something that we are losing every single day in college sports.
Tradition?
Tradition.
Yeah, for sure.
Notre Dame, and this is going to sound weird, especially to this audience, because what's been one of the number one complaints about Notre Dame? Oh, you need to join a conference. You need to join a conference. You're tired of you need to join a conference. Meanwhile, all these conferences keep changing. They keep swallowing up other conferences. They keep devouring other teams. They keep ruining the traditional fabric of college sports.
Yeah.
But who has been the most consistent, tradition-laden, doing it the same way for decades programming college football? It's still Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And I think there are people now that are just appreciating the fact that there is somebody in college athletics still acting like it's college athletics, that it hasn't been. And this is not to say, of course, Notre Dame, they were one of the first programs to really turn it into a big business.
I was going to say when they went to NBC.
When they went to NBC.
So, yeah, there's a lot of people that are saying, John, this is really rich right now.
It is really rich. But
I think you're right.
But I think that is part of it as well. So I think it's those reasons why it's again not as much more likable, just less hateable.
Yeah, I want to go to a couple quotes that were in the Rousseau story. He talked to a lot of people for this story. Ryan Nanny, who's a podcaster, but he talked to a couple of former members of Notre Dame. Brady Quinn, who was the quarterback when I was in high school and into college, and that was in the Charlie Weiss era, the Bush Push game, one of the legendary college football games, certainly of my youth. And then Mike Golick Jr., who, a second-generation member of the football program. And late in the story today, which is up on The Athletic, they had back-to-back quotes that I thought really maybe hit at the crux of this discussion. Brady Quinn said, I just think that there are a lot of college football fans who are rooting for anyone other than the SEC. Mike Golick, there is a big portion of this that is, hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing. And I think that those two quotes back-to-back really do hit on something. Because I think if you look at who has become the most hateable entity in college football, I was born in 88. In my lifetime, I don't think it's so much a program, though. Alabama, yes. But Nick Saban is gone. I think it's become a conference or conferences. For some, it's the SEC. For some, it's the SEC and the Big Ten. But for a lot of people, it is the SEC. And so I think because there was a anecdote at the beginning of the story from Ralph, when he's like, yeah, my group chat was popping off where people were like, I'm rooting for Notre Dame against Georgia. I can't imagine me saying that, at various points in my lifetime. But I was not only rooting for him, I was very happy. I'm actively cheering. I mean, there are screenshots that are made their way onto the internet from last week's show as I am watching the game while we were on the air. And so I think that those two quotes back to back absolutely hit on where I think a lot of this ultimately comes down on. And it's, there is a big bad in the sport. And they aren't that, they've barely been that way in your lifetime, let alone mine. Ralph hits on it at one point in the story, like they've claimed all these national championships, but so many of them essentially are around World War II. Unlike Alabama, who has now won 6 championships this century, they've won 7 in my lifetime, going back to 1992. So, I have seen their dominance. Notre Dame's dominance, it's like in my mind. It's something that I have never. It's like talking about the Canadians in hockey. Okay, cool. They've won all these championships. I don't remember any of them. Notre Dame is the same way for me. I don't remember any of these championships.
Well, yeah, a lot of the hate from younger people is going to be inherited because it's just something that became that way because, they're not local. And sure, everybody in sports is like this. You love your team and you hate everybody else. You just hate some more than others.
Hate some more than others.
Notre Dame was very easy to point at because they were a singular entity, and there was an element of, hey, we see them all the time. That's probably the other thing. If I had to add another category as to why Notre Dame maybe isn't as hated anymore. And I think the number one biggest thing is that they haven't been dominant. They haven't been dominant because this is the way it is. Yeah. This is the way it is everywhere. Whichever program becomes the dominant force, everyone hates them. Remember, the Patriots, everyone loved them in 2001.
Oh, man, they were
except
so
me.
lovable.
They were not lovable at all. They
really
tried
cool.
to capitalize on an American tragedy to win, and then they cheated to do so. But that's another story. But very shortly thereafter, when people got tired of the Patriots, then they became a hated team.
Hey,
Notre
Chiefs,
Dame,
we're staying with the Chiefs.
Notre Dame has not been that.
If they won championships in the next few years, people would be like,
sure. But the other thing that's out there too is, at least when I was growing up, the only program that you always saw all the time was Notre Dame.
Yep.
Everybody else got 2 or 3 television appearances a year at max. Yep. Notre Dame was on virtually every week, and so it was an exposure thing. Same thing. Same thing. I think that has happened with the team that no longer can be mentioned. Your team, you maybe got to see a couple of times a year on Sundays, but that team got to be seen all the time, and people got sick of seeing it. Now that in college football, everybody's on everywhere.
Yep.
Now everyone, is quote unquote overexposed, and Notre Dame isn't.
I think that's a huge part of it.
Going back to the conversation, what Ralph mentioned about the SEC, you watch ESPN's pregame programming.
Yep.
A lot of the conversation is steered towards the SEC, and then everybody else kind of gets scraps. On Fox, a lot of the stuff that they're talking about is steered towards the Big Ten and the game they're covering, and the SEC. Everyone else gets scraps.
Yeah.
So it's just less exposure. or more people getting exposure, and the fact that they haven't been winning as much. And let's face it, right now, they are kind of likable, and there's probably one other thing about them, too, and we'll talk about more about this tomorrow as we preview the games. Notre Dame's kind of winning games the way Nebraska used to win games. A lot of emphasis on the run.
A lot of defense.
Right? A lot of good defense.
Flying around, making plays.
It's not fancy.
Yeah.
It's basic, block, tackle, run football. And so there's a stylistic element about it, too, that I think is attractive.
And I think you hit on something that there are every game is national now, right? So, like, having an NBC deal, like, there are still people who are annoyed by that one team gets their own network. Like, and I understand that. But, like, every game is national. But I think the other thing that you just hit on is that the SEC has a mouthpiece, and that's ESPN. In your era, and certainly before your era, there were so many sports writers that were in it for Notre Dame, just going all the way back to like the Grantland Rice, Four Horsemen type stuff.
Yeah.
In my lifetime, given that like East Coast college football media isn't really a thing anymore like it was, where you could also as a sports columnist put your thumb on the scale. You don't really see that anymore. I think that kind of going away, or at the very least ESPN, because they are not the network of Notre Dame, drifting more towards the SEC, I think that has also made them like less hateable. You talk about overexposure. Like the Lakers are always bad. The team that we cannot mention or have been bad. Or at the very least, they haven't won a Super Bowl in a long time. And yet they're always talked about. Notre Dame, I don't know how, John, but they have flown under the radar this year. And I mean, I know that I felt that when you and I were breaking down games at various points or talking about the playoff in the lead up to, Selection Sunday. And you and I obviously were in lockstep on like, look, they're good. This is a good football team because we were watching them on a weekly basis. I think a lot of people after the Northern Illinois game kind of ignored them. And I think that is I think it kind of echoes, I guess, what we're trying to say right now. And somehow they are not the overexposed program that they were.
No.
Certainly in your lifetime. And I would even say at the beginning of my sports fandom, that is very much changed for a variety of reasons. And I think that when they're not on all the time or at the very least talked about all the time on the shows and the podcast, again, it makes it maybe easier to stomach when they're good.
Does make me wonder, as we wrap up the segment, does make me wonder if Notre Dame wins it this year and goes into next year, with momentum and, now they're the defending champs, if people start turning on them or because, again, the conversation, folks, if you think the conversation that has been dominating college football the last few weeks is just going to evaporate and go away, trust me, we're going to pick up right where we left off next year because it's all going to be about positioning this league over this league and trying to get more teams in the playoff. It'll be just a playoff discussion overall because they'll probably change the format. And again, I don't know if Notre Dame's going to get a whole lot of attention. And that's what drives a lot of envy. It's not just that they win, but then people are talking about them all the time. And if they're not getting talked about all the time, and we're still talking about the things that, quite frankly, both engage but both also annoy people, and those things aren't Notre Dame, then again, they're going to be looked at as this oasis of, oh, thank God we're not talking about this subject anymore. We're not talking about the SEC or the Big Ten anymore. We're talking about Notre Dame. We're talking about football. Thank God.
Yeah, you do wonder how a championship would be received, if Notre Dame were to win it all. And just knowing how off seasons usually go, especially lately, the last 4 or 5 years, how would that championship be received if they were able to lift the trophy? There was that show that we did back before the Cubs won the World Series. It ended up in a Cubs video about how that was like the last thing that had to happen in American sports culture was the Cubs winning the World Series. But if I remember right, inside of that, we mentioned Notre Dame because it's still been now. It's been a few years longer. It's been so long since they won a title. So if they're able to get it done, as of right now, that would mean 36 seasons since they won their last national championship. I mean, that is a long time, longer than Nebraska. That is maybe not as long as the Michigan stretch before they won in 1997. It's a long, certainly way longer than any stretch Alabama's gone through, Oklahoma's gone through. How would that be received for an entire new generation of sports fans? And maybe, to put a ball in this discussion, would then all that hate come back in full force for maybe the younger crowd because they'd be able to say, oh, cool. Now I can hate them because they have done the thing.
Because they've done the thing. All right, when we continue, speaking of hate, a franchise that we think there's going to be a lot of bandwagon fans following during the NFL playoffs. How are they becoming now hateable too? We'll discuss that and more as we continue with content next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, now we get to content.
Hello.
Hi, Nick.
Seriously, how on earth did the refs miss that double dribble last night?
Really? We're going to continue complaining about this? How much more can we complain?
Hey.
You know, better going back to our last conversation, let's not make Nebraska ball hateable.
That's true. Hey,
because all they're doing is complaining about the double dribble, though there were a lot of bad calls. How did they miss it last night? Here's a theory.
Okay.
Here's a theory. I'm not saying it's accurate, and I'm certainly not defending officials, because I'm the last person to do that. A non-controversial theory. Because it was happening very quickly, bang, bang. It was happening in the moment of transition. And, you know, you get a steal, quickly the ball's coming the other way. That as everyone's turning and running and going the other direction, that the official closest to the play, and I'd have to look at it again to see if this theory even is plausible. I'm just trying to give some kind of plausibility to it. That the official just missed it in the chaos and the hubbub of, play's going the other way, turning around, getting down to the floor and trying to spot, all right, hey, is this guy going to be in position for a foul? Is Nebraska going to try to foul here? And that's how they missed it. Again, not saying that was it. Throwing that out there as a possibility.
Yeah, from the angles that I remember, it seemed like he was looking in the direction, kind of like the face mask that wasn't called that involved your team and gave them a free win.
But remember, the Rams were already winning by 8 points.
So they would have won regardless.
They would have won anyway.
Yeah, you know, a lot of stuff is of course subjective, and you know, I thought there were some bad calls as we talked about earlier in the show. That one was the one that was like, wow, this is ridiculous. And it's of course very frustrating because Nebraska ends up making a 3 to tie the game, and who knows what happens. But if they get the ball in that moment, they're down by 1. And a shot there wins them the game in regulation, assuming they go all the way down to 0-0. So not a great game, not a great performance, as we talked about earlier. This is for the crowd that's driving home and said, I want to hear some anger. We talked about it earlier. The missed bunnies as well. I mean, just so many missed shots. Couldn't make the free throws. I blame Steve Sipple for this. I blame Sipple. He wrote about it this week. Look at how great they are at free throws. Everything is awesome. They're shooting free throws well. And then they go out. It's a classic journalist jinx from Steve Sipple.
Yay, more basketball.
Oh.
Atlanta's Trae Young hit a buzzer beater from half court last night to give the Hawks the win over the Jazz. Did he have to shoot it so deep? Didn't Atlanta have one of their magic timeouts?
Actually, I haven't seen the replay of this.
No, they didn't. So here's what happened. So the Jazz hit a 3 to tie it with like 8 seconds left. Atlanta did not have a timeout left, so they inbounded the ball, and Trae Young dribbled like 3-4 times, actually didn't travel, and bombed a half-court shot. See, friends, if you take away the stupid magic timeout, how many of these types of moments with these great shooters like a Trae Young have we been robbed of because the NBA has their magic timeout? Oh, let's just give the ball to the offense in their front court.
By the way, reminder, I'll be on the call very soon on 1180 The Zone.
Well, they
for
also have a
Creighton Marquette.
stupid magic timeout.
They have it. It's
Ban.
great. We're
Ban
huge.
it.
We're huge fans of it. I look forward.
We're not huge fans of it.
That's pretty cool. See, what I like about basketball, John, is you can have half-court buzzer beaters, or you can have just regular, normal buzzer beaters as well. It's nifty. It's different. It's very fun, very cool, very normal. It's been the rule forever. Get over it. You and Mike
It's still a dumb rule.
You and DeCourcy.
It's still a dumb rule.
You and Mike DeCourcy.
Just because it's, Josh, are we going to defend just because something was around for a very long time?
No,
means
we
it's
are
good?
not. No.
Interesting. Tonight's game is the first in NBA history.
Oh, another NBA question, Nick.
I love basketball. Between a team on a 15-game winning streak and another on 10-game winning streak. Did you know I'm talking about the Cavs Thunder? Why aren't we giving this game the full breakdown treatment? The Cavs are 31-4 and the Thunder are 30-5. Who are you rooting for?
How the hell are the Cavs so good?
Dude, I know. They're off to a great start this year.
How the hell are the Thunder so good?
Well, they have good young players. Like, everybody thought the Thunder were going to be good. They were the favorites.
Yeah, but this good?
I mean, maybe not 30-5 good, but people thought that they were the Western favorites coming into the season. They got a young roster, and they're not even totally healthy right now. Mr. Chet Holmgren, remember he got hurt earlier this year?
You know what I'm rooting for? A good game.
Wow, that's a typical play-by-play response.
I don't have a. I mean, my Celtics, my Nuggets, and
well, then you should be rooting for the Thunder. You got to make sure that the Celtics are able to get
my
seeded.
Kings. They're not playing.
Yeah.
Still my Kings, by the way.
Nice.
Congrats, Doug McDermott. Still my Kings.
Go Thunder. I'll go with Thunder.
Wow, you're out on Cleveland. These poor people, they don't get anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have a 31-4 basketball team. They'd be 31-5. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but the Cleveland Guardians had a good record, and they didn't win the World Series.
Yeah, that's true. People do not forget about that.
Hope you're ready for more basketball.
Oh, wow, Nick.
Yesterday in this space, YouTube predicted whether or not Tennessee would stay undefeated as they went on the road to Florida. The result? They did not.
Oh.
Florida won by 30. I guess the 1976 Indiana Hoosiers can pop the champagne corks for being college basketball's last undefeated national champions. That's a Dolphins reference.
Yes, it is, Nick. It is indeed.
No, it's an Indiana Hoosiers reference.
Well, that too. It's pretty interesting how we saw, Kentucky about a decade ago now make it. Actually, I think it was a decade ago. I think it was the 2014-2015 season. They made it all the way to the Final Four undefeated. And Wisconsin pulled off the upset. And it's funny because Wisconsin didn't even win.
Remember, Wichita State did it too.
Wichita State, yes,
and
they
got matched up against Kentucky.
Against Kentucky, which begat it all. Yeah. Otherwise, I think the furthest that I have ever seen a team in my lifetime go undefeated was that Illinois team that they lost to North Carolina in the title game, but they lost in their regular season finale. I guess, no, there was also the St. John's team, or wait, which one is in Philly? St. Joseph. With Jameer Nelson, that they were undefeated, I think, until maybe the conference tournament, and that was 03, 04, 05-ish. It's wild. Like, to get to January 8th, I think, is impressive, and it really makes me appreciate the teams that got to March undefeated. Put it on the list, John. I don't think we will ever see this again. I certainly don't think we're going to in the NFL now either, given you have to go 20-0, and we've only seen one team. I've only seen one team in my lifetime even make it to the Super Bowl or the playoffs undefeated. This is never going to happen.
Okay, we talked about Notre Dame and lovable, hateable before. UNLV, remember they went to the Final Four in 91, undefeated, and who beat them?
Duke. And people were rooting for Duke.
Everybody was rooting for Duke.
That is crazy.
And then that really kind of started Krzyzewski's run, right? And then what happened? Duke became very hateable very quickly.
Yeah, because by the next year when they played Kentucky, weren't a lot of people rooting for Kentucky?
Yes.
How did they become hateable in a year? How did they go from, I guess the Warriors.
I mean, they had Bobby Hurley. He's a pretty hateable guy.
Yeah, what's his name?
They got Christian Laettner. He's a
stepping
hateable
on
guy.
people. Yeah. Wow, I was way off. I don't remember who you picked last night. I picked Tennessee. Yikes.
Oh, I picked Florida.
Yikes. Not good for me.
Not good for you at all. The Bears, oh, thank God.
Football.
Are interviewing coaches for their football team, but they made one request to interview a current NFL head coach that was denied. That head coach is not necessarily liked by many members of this team's well-educated, not bandwagon fans at all fan base. Oh, well, I guess the Bears are going to move on.
So, since he brought it up, are we now allowed to talk about it? Because I thought the rule was
Bears?
that you and I couldn't bring up
The
this
Bears?
topic. Let me tell you this.
The Bears are the only thing mentioned here.
I guess that's true.
The
So
only
that coach,
proper name mentioned.
we don't have to talk about the team. Let's talk about the coach, Mike McCarthy. I've seen this question posed, and I will ask it to you. It was like, why would they want him? Why would the Bears want him? Am I wrong in thinking he is a solid franchise builder. Like, he would make them a better team. He would raise their floor. Now, would he win a Super Bowl? Of course not. He would not have Aaron Rodgers in his prime on his roster. But am I wrong in thinking, I get why they would want him to be the guy maybe before the guy didn't Buck Showalter always do that in baseball where it's like he would make the franchises better and then they would go win World Series without him?
Well,
I get why the Bears would want him, even if other fan bases might say, get the hell out of here, please.
He has familiarity with the division.
Yes.
It would certainly add more fuel to the Packer rivalry. We know he's good with young quarterbacks. He would have a young quarterback. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
This idea. Now, the Bears are still the Bears, and it almost doesn't matter who their coach is unless his last name is Ditka. And those are the only people that Bears fans would actually accept. So, either way, again, very, very happy that things are staying status quo.
No.
Keep
not.
good coaches with their franchises.
No. Also, I do think he would fit better with a cold weather place. Like him in domes. I think he looks better when he's bundled up in chiller.
I don't know. It's going to be kind of cold this week in
I
that
guess
town
that's
whose
true.
team we can't mention.
I guess that's true.
According to eyewitness accounts and social media posts after Sunday night's game, Lions fans were criticized for the behavior towards Vikings players' wives.
What?
Some were being mocked for their husband's injuries or the lady's weight, and one reported being inappropriately touched. Are Lions fans becoming among the worst in the NFL?
Yes, they are. There is an
Yikes.
issue going on here. You know,
bad.
The Lions are not the warm and fuzzy, and we found this out last year when their former hero, Matthew Stafford, and his lovely family were treated rather rudely by Detroit. Now, I'm not saying that I understand why they booed him, and I didn't have a problem with that, but some of the things they may have been saying towards him, the Lions might be leaning a little too far into this whole biting kneecaps off and being spiteful and angry towards everybody. They may be less likable because of their fans. And dare I say, there are a few teams who people don't dislike because of their teams. They dislike them because of their fans.
Not a good look. I know multiple Detroit Lions fans, including Chance, who is often in our comment section saying very funny things, but things that we probably should never read on the radio.
I guess that does kind of track, doesn't it?
Yeah, one of my dearest friends, Corey, who I have known for 16, 17 years now. He is a Lions fan, thankfully. He never is critical of anyone's wives, and he doesn't. What was the other thing in here? He never
about weight.
He certainly doesn't do that. Doesn't mock anyone's injuries. But I mean, John, we keep circling back to the idea of the Notre Dame topic. You know, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. I think that Lions fans, I mean, dare I say it, Mike Schaefer was right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, CFP Executive Director Rich, I'm not cool enough to be Caitlin Clark, seems open to moving games out of NFL broadcast windows. What would this look like in practicality? Do you like the idea?
I mean, I'm guessing John's going to be dancing on college football's grave because he made fun of this when when everything kind of was announced this last year. The only thing, I guess there are two options here. One would be you're playing more weeknight games, which God help us all. That sounds terrible because they would still, in theory.
Oh, but all the bowl games, John.
No, it's not that. It's like I wanted them to be on days that are holidays that I can sit down and watch and not have to worry about anything. Because they were like, why don't you just do a doubleheader on Friday and a doubleheader on Saturday? That's stupid because the doubleheader on Friday would kick off at 2:30. But Georgia Notre Dame had a huge audience, so I guess maybe we should sign ourselves up for that. The other option, of course, is moving up the season by a week, because then that means you could move the playoff up by a week, which means that you would not run into the NFL because they don't play Saturday games yet. That would be the other option if you were to do so. I think this is stupid. I will say this. Keep it. Either move it up or keep it. I don't think you should worry about it. They still got a lot of viewers. Maybe not for the Penn State SMU game, but that game sucked. It wasn't because it was against the NFL. It's because the game sucked. You can't just be afraid of it all. I'm sick of all these
be
leagues.
afraid. Be very afraid.
I'm sick of this garbage.
Of the National Football League.
This is weak as hell.
It's too bad, if this sport were actually organized and, had a central governing body that could handle all of these different questions at one time, maybe they'd be able to solve this problem.
I'll be your commissioner, baseball. I'll be your commissioner.
You're going to be the baseball commissioner?
No.
You just said I'll be your commissioner, baseball.
You did.
Well, I guess I was.
He's got baseball in the brain.
I was
man.
reading ahead.
Must be that Storm Chasers hat you're wearing.
Sports.
I was looking ahead at the final question.
The final question, which, by the way, I consider the steak of content. Because we got through all the basketball, which is the veggies you don't really want to eat, but you have to.
I love veggies.
But they're not the good veggies. This is like the spaghetti squash.
Oh, gross.
But we've never shied away from bits and gimmicks on this here Grum. So what did you think of Bradford Doolittle, a real-life human, ranking MLB teams by temperature? The Dodgers are 215.1 degrees, whatever that means. The Braves, 127.4. My Rockies are a cool 22.9. And John, your Cubs are 70.8, but they're down 1.6 degrees from last year. Their Nadir was 14.4 degrees in 1983. What the hell is this?
This is trying too hard. I will say this.
You're saying Doolittle tried too hard?
I'm saying
talk to an animal.
I'm saying the Dodgers are too hot to exist on, so that's not good. The Braves are a very uncomfortable 127. Meanwhile, the Cubs are at room temperature. Where most people like to set their thermostats between 70 and 72 degrees. So I guess that means the Cubs are perfect in every way.
Unless you have that comforter that's really, really warm.
True.
The Royals, my Royals, by the way, are 57.1 degrees, and if you are that as a human, you're dead. So not good as a human.
What about
I would take
Mariners
57 degrees
Red
tomorrow.
Sox?
What are the Mariners?
Your Mariners and your Red
my
Sox.
Mariners are 36.8. This is a travesty.
This doesn't make any sense.
This is the most
to me at all.
confusing gimmick I have ever seen in my entire life.
The Rockies one makes sense because it's cold in the mountains.
Why don't we rank football teams by what types of beer they are? And maybe we could put that on the internet and everyone would be like, oh, this is cool.
Well, folks do that.
Green Bay is Spotted Cow.
They do compare,
overrated as hell.
If your football team was a restaurant,
Actually,
your restaurant would be Chipotle.
I think Spotted Cow is just the most mid of mid beer.
It's fine. I don't think it's disgusting, but everybody's like, oh, you try Spotted Cow?
Yeah, I was so excited to try for the first time.
It's okay.
Yeah, and I was really, really bummed.
It's fine.
Really, really bummed.
It's just fine.
Yeah, not great.
It's no old style.
I'd rather have old style than that.
But either way, I would enjoy a Spotted Cow if you gave me one for dinner.
Spotted Cow is fun, just like the beer from Philadelphia. What's the beer from Philadelphia that everyone likes?
Beer from Philadelphia?
Yeah.
You mean Yingling?
Yingling. It's
I
fun.
love Yingling.
It's fun to have it just so you can tweet out a picture and everyone's like, oh, where'd you get it, bro? And then you feel superior.
Yeah, but Yingling does taste better than a Spotted Cow.
It does.
I'd rather have a Busch Light.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I have no idea what's for dinner tonight. I will find out in an hour and 15 minutes.
Don't let Jimmy Allen hear that.
I don't know. I don't know.
To be fair, I don't either, Nick, but that's just because I'm at the arena and I never really know what it is going to be. Because I'm always like, it's going to be pizza. Last time, it was manja, which I did not expect whatsoever, and I had pasta. But I don't do every game. So if I did every game, like you do every game, you kind of get a feel for the rhythm of it. I am going to predict sandwiches. I'm going to predict sandwiches. The thing that I hope is that they have kookaburra cookies. Because I love those. I want a kookaburra cookie.
Last night we went to Laszlo's, and instead of a steak, I got a prime rib. It was very good.
Well,
Laszlo's does good work.
Dumb debates. Is a prime rib a steak? The answer is yes.
Well, yeah. Well,
but it's on a separate category. It's like steaks and then prime rib. They're two separate categories. Because
it's in the steaks.
If you go to a fancy place, Nick, they'll have steaks, and then they'll have what's the steak from Japan called?
Wagyu.
That'll be its own separate.
Well, but that's the cow that it comes from. It's the way the beef is handled. But I mean, if you want to be real technical, the prime rib is a roast,
right?
But remember, if you cut the prime rib steak and you cook it on the grill, it's a ribeye.
Mm. So, was it good, Nick?
It was very good.
Laszlo, had you ever been to Laszlo's before?
Yeah, this is my second time. Yeah.
Look at that, 1 year. Did you have a great night, Nick?
It was a great night. Get your mind out of there.
I was just asking if it was a great night. I was wondering, if you got any appetizers or something.
Yeah, we got chips and salsa.
Chips and salsa at a steak.
Chips and salsa.
Chips and salsa?
Or is that what the kids are calling it?
I don't know tonight.
All the choices of appetizers and you
dinner,
get chips and salsa you can get anywhere. Why wouldn't you try something a little different?
Yeah.
We wanted chips and salsa last night.
Did you have a glass of wine or something?
I had a mixed drink with bourbon and blueberry syrup and stuff. It was fine.
Like a cocktail?
Yeah.
Okay. A mixed drink is usually like a rum and coke.
Fair enough. Cocktail, sure.
Cocktail? It didn't seem like you were...
It was okay.
Why'd you order that?
I was curious.
Why'd you get the $66 Japanese whiskey?
They didn't have the $66 Japanese whiskey at Laszlo's.
Yeah, there's no whiskey worth $66. I'm sorry.
Nick loved it.
It was good.
Yeah.
Got me looking like you, Darvish.
Yeah, Nick was...
You need to make as much as you, Darvish, to be able to afford that.
Mm.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's why Nick will not be getting a concert T-shirt for the time being.
No, that's true.
For the foreseeable future.
So tomorrow is Thursday.
You're still here. You're not leaving us just
which
yet.
means Robin Washut will be here and Todd Furman will be here.
And
we'll preview the college football playoff games.
Parker will be here.
Parker Gabriel will be here.
And Aaron Schatz.
Aaron Schatz will be here. So we're going to preview both playoffs.
A lot of NFL talk.
Call us Sharp and Benning because we have a lot of guests tomorrow.
That's right, we do.
Incredible.
All right. Well, everyone have an awesome rest of your day. And we will be back here tomorrow. Josh, have a great call tonight. Creighton and Marquette coming up next on our sister station, 1180 The Zone.
I'm looking forward to it, John. It should be a great time. Rob Sims and yours truly, Colin, basketball. And I hope that we get a timeout that advances the ball down the floor late in the game.
Creighton will probably win by 40, so it won't matter anymore. They won't need to do that. We'll talk to you then. See ya.
Bye.
Goodbye, everybody.